Cultivation Online Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1721, Divine Fist Manifestation. Heavens, a lot has happened since I went to sleep. Feng Yuxiang couldn't believe how much had happened in such a short amount of time. Thank the heavens I woke up this soon. If I had slept any longer, Feng Yuxiang swallowed nervously. She could imagine sleeping for a decade and waking up to Yuan already achieving immortality. Just the thought of missing Yuan's growth gave Feng Yuxiang a sense of dread. "So, when do you plan on letting them know your true identity?" Feng Yuxiang asked Yuan a few moments later. "I don't," Yuan said with a smile. "Huh?" Feng Yuxiang muttered in a surprised voice. "Now that I am hunted by the Celestial Emperor, I need to keep Yuan away from them. I could be endangering them just by being near them. Of course, that's not to say I'll keep my identity a secret forever once the tournament is finished. I'll find a way to tell them." "Then why stay here at all? Wouldn't it be better if you just left and never interact with them?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "I thought of that, but with so many people from the upper heavens coming down to the lower heavens, my identity won't raise any suspicions. There'll also be many witnesses who will have seen us acting like strangers to each other. I see what you're trying to do. Fooling your own allies to fool your enemy, huh?" "Yes, but I will also admit that I want to see how much they've grown, even if it's a little risky. They wouldn't fight me with the same intensity if they knew my identity after all." Some time later, Kalen returned to the booth. "By the way, I never got your name, surnamed Shao." "Surname? You can't tell me your full name?" Kalen raised an eyebrow. "My background is a bit unique. I'm not allowed to disclose my true identity carelessly." "Ah, so you're from one of those families, huh?" Kalen nodded his head as if he understood hidden families were not uncommon in the 9 heavens, particularly in the upper heavens. These families were known for keeping their backgrounds, techniques, and talents as secretive as possible, rarely revealing their true strength or lineage to the outside world. See the Novelshare.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Their reasons for doing so also varied from family to family, so they were typically shrouded in mystery. "So he's from a hidden family? No wonder why I have never heard of him," Kalen thought to himself, and he wondered how many more monsters like Yuan were hidden from the rest of the world, growing in secrecy. Some time later, Shi Morong finally defeated his opponent after messing around for many minutes. As time passed, more and more members of the demon-sealing faction entered the stage. Their unusual background and high cultivation base attracted a lot of attention from the other sects. "Heavens, they have another at the Spirit Enlightenment, and he's even at the 5th level. They are standing with the Grand Mystic sect. Are they disciples? How come I don't recognize any of them? Just where in heaven's name are they finding so many monstrous talents? Finding a single one of them every 1,000 years would already be considered a miracle, yet there's a dozen of them together at this moment. Ah, I know about them. I heard this from a disciple of the Grand Mystic sect, and they're apparently being trained by someone from the celestial overlords. They're also not disciples of the Grand Mystic sect. What? Someone from the celestial overlords is here in the 4th heavens. My God, no wonder this explains everything." Information of the demon-sealing faction being related to the celestial overlords quickly spread throughout the spectators' area, shocking everyone. Several hours later, 2 members of the demon-sealing faction had been matched against each other. "What a coincidence, Sister Wang," Hung Shuqian said, pressing his fists together, the steel gauntlets on his hands gleaming as he stared intently at his opponent, Wang Bingbing. "Do you remember the last time we fought each other in an official competition?" he asked. "Yes, I do," Wang Bingbing calmly responded, recalling their fight during the spirit competition at the Jaded Garden. "Then you also remember being defeated by me, right?" "Yes, I remember barely losing to you. However, things are different now." "Are they really? We both trained under the same teacher?" Enough talking. I will show you the difference right now." Wang Bingbing raised her sword, enveloping it with a sharp aura. "Sword aura? That young lady knows sword aura at such a young age?" The audience gasped in shock. Hong Shuqian remained unfazed by her sword aura, knowing it wasn't a secret. He calmly bashed his gauntlets together, and a silver aura appeared around them a moment later, emitting a destructive aura. That young man also achieved divine fist manifestation. While masters of sharp weapons could achieve an aura, such as sword aura or spear aura, those who rely on their fists can achieve divine fist manifestation. This concept is similar to sword aura, but instead of enhancing sharpness, its power lies in its overwhelming destructive force, amplifying the raw strength of every blow. Not only can divine fist manifestation block weapon auras, but they are also just as difficult to cultivate and train as weapon auras. Wang Bingbing and Hong Shuqian clashed with each other a moment later. When their sword aura and divine fist manifestation collided, a powerful ripple swept the arena, disturbing the nearby fights. While every platform had formations in place to prevent projectiles and debris from flying outside and harming the spectators or other participants, these formations did not block the ripples of energy created when two powerful forces clashed. Wang Bingbing went on the offensive while Hong Shuqian played defense, repeating their match during the spirit competition, almost as if they were trying to prove something to each other. But compared to their fight previously, they were both incomparably stronger with much more fighting experience. Chapter 1722, Peak of Spirit Enlightenment. What a fierce battle! It's like they're really trying to kill each other. The spectators were shocked by how intensely Hong Shuqian and Wang Bingbing were going at each other's throats, almost as if they were before their archenemies. As for the match itself, Hong Shuqian was successfully blocking all of Wang Bingbing's sword strikes. Moreover, his fists were still in great condition, unlike their previous match, where his fists would be bruised by the end. As for Wang Bingbing, each of her sword strikes struck exactly where she wanted with deadly precision, and she had almost no wasteful movement. They're incomparably stronger than before, and they are still hiding their true strength. Yuan smiled inwardly, wondering if they were hiding their true strength because of him. Sister Wang, I have a better chance of defeating that man. Stop this pointless struggle and just let me win. Are you seriously saying that? Wang Bingbing suddenly became even more aggressive, and her aura soared, clearly angry at Hong Shuqian's words. Hong Shuqian was slightly taken aback and started getting pushed back. Damn, she's starting to use her real strength. Hong Shuqian clenched his jaw and started fighting more seriously, too. Sear the Evelfire et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. While they continued fighting, another member of the demon-sealing faction was called to the stage. A beautiful woman with a stern expression walked onto the stage. Her opponent, who was only a spirit king, began trembling in fear after sensing her cultivation. Peak of Spirit Enlightenment. Li Jinqi's overwhelming presence on the stage affected not just her opponent, but even those around her, including those in the audience. Are you ready to fight?" The judge for their match asked. Li Jinqi silently nodded. It took a moment for her opponent to respond. After swallowing nervously, he said, ready. Then let the fight begin." The instant the match began, Li Jinqi's figure disappeared from her spot. Ag! Her opponent cried out in pain and was sent flying outside the stage a split second later. Li Jinqi had defeated her opponent in a single move, not even a second after the match began, and she used nothing but her own fists. "We're winner, Li Jinqi." Once the match ended, the judge offered Li Jinqi a recovery pill, but she outright refused it and left the stage. Heavens, what a domineering beauty! To be at the peak of the spirit enlightenment at her age, her potential is massive. Ha ha ha! That young man from the upper heavens must be sweating by now. I cannot imagine a spirit grandmaster defeating someone at the peak of spirit enlightenment, regardless of their background. Sometime later, Mishu entered the stage with a spirit-grade bow. However, she didn't have any arrows on her, and her bow also lacked the bowstring that traditional bows have, resembling that of an incomplete bow. Her opponent was a young woman at the third level of the spirit sovereign realm who belonged to one of the three grand sects, the Grand Spring Sect. "Please go easy on me," said her opponent. Mishu silently nodded. Once the match began, the Grand Spring Sect disciple raised her sword in a defensive manner, while Mishu's aura skyrocketed, wrapping itself around the bow in her grasp and creating a bowstring. By the time Mishu raised her bow, an arrow made entirely of her aura was already prepared to launch from the bow. The Grand Spring Sect disciple instinctively knew that she was incapable of blocking Makeshu's attack, and immediately switched from defensive to trying to avoid the attack entirely. The arrow flew from the bow a moment later and barely missed the Grand Spring Sect. However, right as the disciple sighed in relief inwardly, she felt something strike her from the back. What? The arrow that had missed her initially had suddenly turned around, and in that instant she felt as though a massive hole had been torn through her stomach. However, when she looked down, she saw no injury on her body. The formation had activated, sparing her life. It's my loss. The disciple sighed in a disappointed manner as she placed a hand on where Makeshu had struck her. As a core disciple of the Grand Spring Sect, she thought she would, at the very least, achieve the top 10. However, she had gotten incredibly unlucky and got matched with someone an entire realm above her for her first match. I couldn't even show off a single technique before I was defeated. This is so embarrassing. The disciple left the stage with her head lowered. Chu Liuxiang was next, and she also defeated her opponent in a single attack by blasting them away with an unavoidable ice technique that covered the entire stage. Sometime later, Wang Bingbing and Hong Shuqin's match finally concluded. "Winner Wang Bingbing," the judge announced. Wang Bingbing had managed to defeat Hong Shuqin after a long and arduous battle where neither of them was able to overpower the other for hours until Hong Shuqin made a mistake from exhaustion, one that Wang Bingbing took advantage of and came out on top. The spectators cheered madly, causing the whole place to rumble with excitement. "This year's tournament is really exciting," one of Emperor Ning's children said as he clapped. "Father, do you think it's possible to meet them after the tournament? I would love to have a word with that beauty with the bow," one of the older children asked, his gaze filled with adoration. Before Emperor Ning could even speak, Kellen responded, "She already has a partner." "That doesn't mean any." Kalen looked at him and interrupted, "I wouldn't continue that sentence if I were you, unless you wish the downfall of your family." Emperor Ning hastily went to slap his own son in the face and shouted, "Apologize to Senior Kalen right now." I am sorry, Senior. I didn't realize you were her partner." Kalen frowned and said, "Hey, that's a crazy misunderstanding. I am not her partner, and don't you dare utter such words again." If her real partner was here to hear that, he'd probably go on a rampage and kill everyone here. Yuan turned to look at Kalen with raised eyebrows. "What kind of nonsense is that? Is this how he sees me?" He shook his head inwardly. Chapter 1723. The Top 20. He'd kill everyone here over something like that? He sounds like a villain, Yuan said, joining the conversation. "Well, I'm not saying he'll definitely do it, but he is very much capable. That man is a crazed bastard who'd aim his sword at the heavens without any hesitation if needed," Kalen said, completely unaware that he was talking to Yuan. "Sounds like you're scared of him. Is he more powerful than you?" Kalen rubbed his nose and said, "He may be a little monster with more potential than I, but he is still 100,000 years too early to defeat me. And who said I am scared of him? His unpredictably does make me nervous at times, but that is different from fear." "Is that so?" Yuan smiled inwardly. Suddenly another of Emperor Ning's older sons spoke. Then what about that beauty who used that ice technique? She's also taken by the same man. See thenovelfiro.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That nonchalant fairy at the peak of spirit enlightenment is probably single, right?" Kalen merely shook his head in silence. "Seriously?" Kalen sighed and said, "You can forget about coveting any of the women in that group. They all belong to the same guy, What?" The Ning family was surprised to hear this. Even Emperor Ning couldn't help but swallow nervously, his gaze filled with envy. Is this man also an emperor? Emperor Ning had to ask, how can a single man have so many talented partners if they weren't in a position of high power and authority? No, but he's also from the Celestial Overlords, and he is one of the youngest generals in our faction's history. He'd also qualify to participate in this tournament if he were here. Anyway, he's one hell of a womanizer who is always surrounded by women," Kellen continued. Yuan had a strong urge to smack Keelan in the back of the head for his earlier statement about all of the girls in the group belonging to him, but he held back. However, he decided to punish Kelan in the future for spreading misunderstanding when there is a chance. Sometime later, once all of the participants had their match, they immediately started the second round. With half of the participants eliminated, the age gap began widening, but it was only by a year or two at most. During the second round, Wang Ming and Shi Lang were matched against each other, and Wang Ming ended up barely winning. For the third round, Wu Zhao fought Wang Shuying, with Wu Zhao emerging victorious by a landslide. Although Wang Shuying also trained with Kelan, she'd only spent half as much time as everyone else since she still had to focus on her alchemy, which was her primary path. For the seventh round, Li Jinshi ended up matching with Make Shu. Li Jinshi obviously won by a landslide, but she was unable to instantly defeat Make Shu, unlike her previous matches. In the end, their match ended up lasting a whole minute. Wang Ming and Wang Bingbing also fought each other during the seventh round, with Wang Ming winning. In the ninth round, Wu Zhao got matched against Shi Murong and lost within half a minute. By the time there were about 20 or so participants left, only Chu Liuxiang, Li Jinshi, Shi Murong, and Wang Ming were left. Yuan then spoke. "Congratulations to those of you who have made it this far. Now, you have all acquired the qualifications to challenge me. Of course, you don't need to challenge me right now. You can challenge me after the tournament ends, or you can challenge before Yuan could even finish his sentence." One of the people there stepped forward and shouted, "I want to challenge you." Good. Without saying another word, Yuan leaped from the booth to one of the empty stages there. The one who challenged Yuan also entered the stage a moment later. "What happens if more than one of us defeats you? Will you give out the reward twice?" The young man, #1 disciple of the Burning Lotus Sword Sect, asked as he faced Yuan. Yuan calmly nodded. "Naturally." The spectators gasped in shock after learning the reward wasn't for a single person. Ixing Chen sucked his teeth after realizing he had jumped the gun. He thought the reward was only for the first one to defeat him, hence why he was so eager to fight first. However, after learning the truth, he regretted not waiting a bit more to study Yuan's prowess first. He turned to look at the other participants, and most of them were smiling, almost as if laughing at him. Whatever. It doesn't matter if I am first or last, since I will defeat him regardless. Xing Chen readied his sword. At this moment, every single pair of eyes were on Yuan, their gaze filled with anticipation. "I will let you have the first 3 strikes. By the way, I have sealed all of my treasure's abilities, so you don't have to worry about that," Yuan said. "Then I won't be humble." Xing Chen roared as his sword became engulfed in flames. Burning Lotus, Raging Sword Strike. Yuan merely stood there as Xing Chen swung his fiery sword at Yuan's neck. Seeing his opponent aiming for his neck, Yuan willingly tilted his head the other way, giving Xing Chen full access to his neck. "Your neck is mine." The moment the flaming sword touched Yuan's neck, its movement halted abruptly, and the flames were instantly and forcefully absorbed into Yuan's body. Kalen stood up from his seat and exclaimed, "Fire harmony? What? Well, Emperor Ning looked at him with a startled and puzzled expression. A level that is even higher than flame immunity. Not only is he impervious to flames, but he could also absorb them and turn it into his own energy. The peak of fire mastery." Kalen clenched his fists as his body trembled in excitement. Even he has only achieved superfire immunity after tens of thousands of years of rigorous training. No, there's simply no way he could have achieved fire harmony at that age. It must have been one of his techniques at work. Kalen quickly shook his head, almost as if he couldn't believe that he had been fooled by such an obvious fact, even if it was only for a brief moment. "Fuck, that surprised me," he mumbled a moment later. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, chapter 1724 Fire Harmony, That was your first strike," Yuan said to Xing Chen after tanking his attack without a single scratch on his neck. No way?" Xing Chen hastily jumped back. There's no way he actually defended against such a powerful strike with his naked neck. He must have used an illusion or something to make it look like that. Xing Chen refused to believe that a spirit grandmaster had managed to eat one of his most powerful strikes and come out unscathed. "What are you waiting for? You have 2 more strikes. I'm not trying to spend a whole day on a single match." Yuan beckoned him in a provocative manner. Xing Chen immediately became infuriated, as he had never been mocked in such a fashion before. He began gathering his spiritual energy for several moments before pointing his sword at Yuan, Burning Lotus, Heavenly Sword. A massive blade made of pure fire materialized in the sky directly above Yuan. Once it fully materialized, and the blade almost appeared real, it fell on Yuan's head. Whoosh flames spewed in every direction like a tsunami, engulfing the arena in a sea of flames. There's no way he could have avoided that Xing Chen became incredibly weakened after releasing the technique, which exhausted nearly all of his spiritual energy. Yuan's figure was engulfed in flames, but his silhouette could still be seen by the spectators and Xing Chen. However, before Xing Chen could celebrate, a powerful gust appeared, swallowing up all of the flames. The flames gathered like bugs to a lantern around Yuan, who began taking a deep breath, as if he was preparing to blow a straw house down. As for the flames, they were simply consumed by Yuan. "How?" Xing Chen fell to his knees with a loud thud that resounded throughout the stadium. The spectators could only gasp in shock at what they'd just witnessed. "There's no mistaking it," Kalon muttered in a dazed voice. "He actually achieved the state of fire harmony before the age of 30. This level of talent is almost unheard of, even in the supreme heaven. He must have been born with a physique blessed by the fire gods." Kalon's desire to fight Yuan skyrocketed after learning this. "You kids better defeat him so I can fight him." Kalon clenched his fists in anticipation. Yuan casually patted his clothes after swallowing the flames and said, "If that was your best, then I'll consider this fight concluded, as you will not be able to damage me, much less defeat me." Xing Chen did not even have the energy to respond anymore and directly collapsed onto the ground. One of the workers there swiftly entered the stage to retrieve Xing Chen, bringing him away. Yuan looked at the rest of the participants and said, "So who's next?" The participants subconsciously stepped back when they felt Yuan's overwhelming gaze through his mask. After a few moments of silence, a beautiful girl entered the stage with a graceful leap. Once the beauty introduced herself, Yuan nodded and said, "The match will begin the moment you raise your weapon." Search the Ehovo Fire website on Google to access chapters of novels, early and in the highest quality. The beauty quickly raised the sword in her grasp and prepared to attack. However, before she could even act, Yuan's figure flickered and disappeared. When he appeared again a split second later, his fist was already digging into the beauty's stomach. "Ah!" The beauty let out a dramatic cry of pain, and her face contorted in an exaggerated expression as she was sent flying off the stage. "Why? What happened to 3 free strikes?" she complained, after struggling to get back on her feet. "It'd take too long if I let everyone have 3 free strikes." He shrugged. No way," the beauty muttered in disbelief before falling unconscious and getting carried off the stage. Next, Yuan ignored her and turned to look at the remaining participants, who swallowed nervously and subconsciously avoided his gaze. "Since nobody is going next, I will do it." A familiar face entered the stage. "I'm Chu Liu Xiang. What's your name?" Lulu Yuan showed a gentle smile on his face after Chu Liu Xiang challenged him. "My surname is Xiao. You can't tell me your full name?" "Unfortunately, I am unable to because of reasons beyond my control." Chu Liu Xiang narrowed her eyes at him and asked, "Have we met before?" "Why do you ask?" "Just a feeling." "Well, unless you've been to the upper heavens, I highly doubt we've met, as this is my first time coming to the lower heavens." "I see. You're not going to ask why I came down here?" Yuan asked. "Well, I don't really care, so I have no reason to ask." "I understand. Then let's start the match. I'll make my move after you make your first move, Yuan said a moment later. Chu Liuxiang nodded, and after several moments of stillness, she suddenly brought her arms parallel to the ground and swiftly activated a technique. Ice Shield. A beautiful and thick shield made of ice and enforced by spiritual energy appeared in front of Chu Liuxiang, capable of blocking any frontal attacks. She thought Yuan was going to attack her the moment she used her technique like the last match. However, Yuan merely stood there in silence, almost as if he were analyzing her technique. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't end this match too fast since I ended my last one a bit too fast, so we have some spare time to enjoy ourselves. Sorry, but I'm not interested." Chu Liuxiang suddenly placed her palms on the ground. Frozen garden of impalement. Thousands of ice spikes erupted from the ground and reached a dozen meters tall, covering the entire arena and leaving no room for Yuan to escape. She had used this technique in several matches before, and not a single one of her opponents had been able to block or avoid it. However, Yuan didn't even try to avoid it and allowed the ice spikes to land on him. Wow. Chu Liuxiang showed a nervous smile after seeing Yuan tank such a powerful technique with ease. Chapter 1725. Fighting Chu Liuxiang. Cold resistance has improved. A simple notification appeared when Yuan took Chu Liuxiang's ice technique with his bare body. "Oh? I can temper my body like this?" He smiled inwardly. Yuan looked at Chu Liuxiang. "Is that all you've got? Show me some more of your ice techniques since they're quite rare even in the upper heavens." Chu Liuxiang snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth. 1,000 ice lotus blooms on the battlefield. Hundreds of beautiful frozen lotuses materialized around Yuan, completely surrounding him. Yuan curiously touched one of them, causing it to burst and sending ice shrapnels in every direction. Almost instantaneously, a chain reaction occurred, and in the blink of an eye, all of the ice lotuses exploded. Cold resistance has improved. Cold resistance has improved. Although the system did not specify, Yuan could feel that his cold resistance was only increasing slightly. Yuan wanted to get at least weak cold resistance by the end of the match, but he didn't want to prolong their match for too long without any reason, as it would raise eyebrows. "You are that tall man's disciple, right? Show me what he taught you. I promise to fight him if one of you manages to defeat me, after all." No wonder why he appeared a little desperate for us to win. Chu Liuxiang sighed. "Forget it. I know I can't win, and I don't feel like fighting you for some reason." Chu Liuxiang shook her head. "You don't? Why not? You fell for me or something?" Yuan teased her, hoping it'd get her riled up. Chu Liuxiang sneered and said, "I'm already with the love of my life, so I have no reason to look at another man." Anyway, just as Chu Liuxiang prepared to forfeit, Yuan casually swung his arm, sending a sword light made of pure sword aura at her. Chu Liuxiang hastily created a shield of ice before her, but it lasted only a split second before it was sliced in half. If she hadn't dodged at the same time she created the shield, the sword light would have struck her. "Were you going to forfeit because you couldn't harm me with your techniques? I didn't know Keilan raised such a coward, or did you learn that from your partner?" Chu Liuxiang's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Seeing this, Yuan clapped. "So you finally feel like fighting me? Damn, you're annoying as hell. I will make you regret provoking me." Chu Liuxiang began writing in the air, swiftly creating array symbols. "Oh, you're an array master?" Yuan was pleasantly surprised that Chu Liuxiang had started using array symbols. A few seconds later, the array symbols that gathered above the arena came together, creating a massive cloud. Soon it began snowing in the arena. When the snowflakes touched Yuan's body, some of his spiritual energy was eaten away. A formation that gradually weakens your opponents, huh? This is at least a level 3 formation. Not bad. Just like Wang Shuying, Chu Liuxiang didn't spend all of her time training under Keilan. She also studied array symbols under one of the Grand Mystic Sect's sect elders. I can't believe it's only been a year since I started teaching her about array symbols. An old lady sighed in admiration and regret as she stared at Chu Liuxiang's figure from the spectators' area. In just a short year, she went from barely knowing anything about array symbols to becoming a level 3 array master. If she had a better teacher than this useless one, she would have definitely reached higher. Her talents are simply incomprehensible. Chu Liuxiang wasn't finished with just one formation and continued creating more array symbols. Yuan wanted to see what she had planned and purposely allowed her to finish. However, Chu Liuxiang remained alert the entire time, anticipating him to attack at any moment. A few moments later, Chu Liuxiang completed her second formation, one that weakened the strength and those within it. The third one affected Yuan's movements, making him move slower. By the time Chu Liuxiang was finished, she'd used up a third of her spiritual energy, but she felt that it was worth it as long as it weakened Yuan enough. To cast 3 formations in just a few moments. What a talented array master, not to mention her young age. The spectators were in awe. "You done?" Yuan asked her. "No, but you are." Chu Liuxiang began bombarding Yuan with ice techniques with her remaining spiritual energy. However, Yuan would not block any of them, allowing them to bombard his body. Seeing this, Kellen subconsciously began tapping his foot. He doesn't have any cold resistance. He's blocking all of her spirit enlightenment attacks with his body. Not only does he have fire harmony, but his physique has also been tempered to a ridiculous degree. How in heaven's name does he have the time to achieve all of this? Did he train inside a time chamber or something? Kellen couldn't fathom how Yuan was able to attain his physique and fire harmony in less than 30 years. While there are time chambers in the upper heavens where time flows differently inside, they are all incredibly rare and scarce, and the time one could spend inside is severely limited. Just what is his background? Is there really such a powerful and resourceful family hidden away somewhere in this world? Weak cold resistance has been attained. Before Yuan acquired weak cold resistance, Chu Liuxiang's ice techniques would tickle him. However, after acquiring cold resistance, he wouldn't even feel it touching his body if it weren't for his clothes. Kalen's eyes widened after noticing this. He'd gained cold resistance? Just like that? It's only been a few minutes, he exclaimed in a shocked tone. Saya, the novelfiro.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If one could acquire resistance from being struck by another's techniques, then everyone in the world would possess some form of resistance. However, reality didn't work that way. Yet, Yuan had somehow managed to achieve this feat, which explained Kalen's shock and disbelief. Chapter 1726. Cold Resistance. No. Let's think about this properly. There's no way anyone could achieve resistance after just a few minutes from that level of attack. He must have already been on the verge of attaining cold resistance before fighting her. Yup, this has to be the explanation. Kalen suddenly convinced himself that this must be the explanation, as he found it impossible to believe that Yuan had started from nothing and attained cold resistance in just a few minutes. In other words, he was in denial, unable to accept the reality of Yuan's rapid progress. Meanwhile, on the stage, Chu Liuxiang was sweating buckets after exhausting all of her spiritual energy. Unbeknownst to her, her efforts ended up benefiting Yuan greatly. "Thank you for the training. It helped me a lot," Yuan said to her afterward. "As a thank you, I'll face you seriously." Yuan thought about going easy on Chu Liuxiang because she was his partner. However, after thinking about it, he decided to do the opposite. Although we've sparred with each other plenty of times, she never really experienced fighting me. Yuan smiled inwardly. No matter how intense their sparring became, it was still just a spar in the end. Even if they fought with full seriousness, Chu Liuxiang never felt threatened because, deep down, she knew Yuan would never hurt her. This made it impossible for Chu Liuxiang and the others close to Yuan understand what it's truly like fighting a monster like Yuan. Facing someone unfathomably stronger than her, this will be a good experience for her, even if it might scare her a bit. Yuan believed that Chu Liuxiang needed this valuable experience since most people tend to freeze from fear, which could be the difference between life and death. A moment later, Yuan's aura surged dramatically, shifting from a suppressed state to one that was outright tyrannical and terrifying. However, it wasn't killing intent. Instead, it was a destructive and ominous aura that radiated immense power. His aura was so overwhelming that Chu Liuxiang instinctively let out a terrified scream as she fell backward onto her buttocks, even raising her arms to shield her face. Seer the Novel Fire. Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Li Jinshi and the other demon-sealing faction members instinctively retrieved their weapons and tiptoed as they tried to jump on the stage to protect Chu Liuxiang, but they managed to control themselves at the last second. As a matter of fact, pretty much everyone at the tournament became defensive after sensing Yuan's aura, participants or not. What's wrong? I only revealed some of my aura, and you're already shaking on the ground. Yuan spoke as he slowly approached her with small and steady steps. Get up and show me some more of the ice techniques that you're so proud of. Yuan retrieved his weapon, a spirit-grade spear. Why is he using a spear when he knows sword aura? Kalan frowned, being more intrigued by his weapon of choice than his aura. Suddenly, the tip of Yuan's spear began emitting a sharp aura that one resembled sword aura. Spear aura, Shilang exclaimed after seeing his aura. He knows sword aura and spear aura. This was not only Yuan's first time using spear aura. It was actually his first attempt using spear aura. Despite this, he didn't feel unfamiliar with it. After all, the god of war, who had mastered all sorts of weapons, also achieved weapon auras for many of them. Seer aura achieved, the system only recognized his achievement once he used it, even though he had the capability to do so for a long time now. Where did your bravery a minute ago disappear to? Stand and fight me. Yuan provoked her. However, Chu Liuxiang didn't respond, almost as if she couldn't hear him. Seeing the petrified expression on Chu Liuxiang's face and how much she was shaking, Yuan began to wonder if he'd scared her a little too much. She won't hate me when I reveal my identity to her later, right? He swallowed nervously at that thought. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded. Stand up and face your opponent properly. Have you forgotten about what I told you? Kalen could be seen shouting from the Ning family's booth. Hearing Kalen's voice and recalling about the conversation he had with everyone some time ago, Chu Liuxiang gritted her teeth and forced herself to stand up to face Yuan. If I'm going to stand beside Yuan, who will face many powerful figures in the future, I need to get used to this feeling of overwhelming difference. Chu Liuxiang muttered as she faced her opponent. Seeing this, Yuan smiled behind his mask and said in a genuinely proud voice, Not bad. Then here's your reward. Yuan's spear flickered the next moment. Chu Liuxiang suddenly felt a sharp pain in the area between her eyebrows. Despite being aware of the formation that protected her life, Chu Liuxiang was not in the situation to remember such things, and her life flashed before her eyes. Yuan, the last image that appeared in Chu Liuxiang's flashback, was Yuan's childish face when they were still back at the orphanage, before she lost consciousness. Li Jinshi suddenly appeared on the stage to catch Chu Liuxiang's falling body, her gaze staring intently at Yuan, almost as if she wanted to tear him apart. Are you going to fight me next? Yuan asked in a provoking tone. No, I will, Shi Murong said as he entered the stage with a dagger in his grasp. Sure. Yuan calmly nodded. Li Jinshi carried Chu Liuxiang off the stage while Shi Murong approached Yuan. You can't scare me with your aura, he said. Oh, really? I swear I saw you flinch when I first emitted it. Yuan laughed. Shi Murong gritted his teeth and eagerly said, Can we start already? You're itching to fight me, huh? Are you her boyfriend, by chance? Anyway, whenever you're Rhea. Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, Shi Murong's figure disappeared like a ghost. A movement technique, huh? Although Yuan couldn't see Shi Murong, he didn't need to, as he could sense Shi Murong's position very clearly with his powerful soul strength and divine sense. There you are, Yuan muttered as he suddenly thrust his spear at a specific spot. Search the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1727, Fighting Shi Murong. Shi Murong sucked his teeth when Yuan could see through his movement technique, But he wasn't too surprised, considering his opponent was a genius from the upper heavens. Right as Yuan's spear reached him, Shi Morong's speed abruptly increased, and his figure disappeared again. A split second later, Shi Morong appeared behind Yuan with his dagger diving toward his neck. Obstinate penetration. No matter how sturdy your body is, this technique will allow me to bypass all of your defenses. Sure enough, Shi Morong managed to cut Yuan's skin, but only the tip of his blade managed to penetrate his flesh. Still, he'd managed to make Yuan bleed, an astonishing feat that most wouldn't be able to accomplish. Yet Shi Morong wasn't finished. After drawing Yuan's blood, he activated another skill that injected poison directly into Yuan's body through the dagger and his wound. Shi Morong quickly distanced himself afterward. Realizing that Shi Morong had poisoned him, Yuan decided to play along and pretended to be affected. "What did you do to my body? I just poisoned you with a deadly poison that will melt your internal organs. You'll experience excruciating pain for a bit, but you won't die because of the formation," Shi Morong announced proudly. "Ah." Yuan fell to his knees and began trembling and screaming in pain. Sire Theonovel Firignote website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This is what happens when you underestimate us. Know your place. Shi Morong laughed loudly. The spectators were in shock, and they began to believe that Shi Morong had won the fight. However, Kellan suddenly shouted, "You fool! You're the one who is underestimating him? Check his body with divine sense." "What?" Shi Morong frowned and probed Yuan with his divine sense. My poison is gone? Where did it go?" At this point, Yuan stopped pretending to claw at his body from the pain and calmly stood back up. "Your poison? My poison immunity dealt with it the second it entered my body," Yuan casually explained. "Poison immunity?" Shi Morong and the others exclaimed in shock. Poison immunity was one of the most tedious and painful immunities to attain, so it came as a great shock that someone so young had managed to attain such immunity. He has not only fire harmony, but also poison immunity at that age. Killen's expression turned solemn, looking like he was pondering something. Unbeknownst to Kellen, Yuan's poison immunity had reached the maximum level, just like his fire immunity. Otherwise, his reaction would have been a lot more exaggerated. You? Shi Morong was speechless, but above all he felt embarrassed. He instinctively pounced at Yuan as if to combat his embarrassment. "You were so composed just moments ago, but all it took was a little act to completely break you. You still have lots to work on," Yuan commented as he casually dodged Shi Morong before thrusting his spear at him. "Ugh!" Shi Morong made a funny expression when Yuan's spear dug into his neck. However, Yuan wasn't done and infused a tiny amount of his chaotic essence into his spear. The moment Shi Morong sensed Yuan's chaotic essence, it felt as if he's suddenly standing before death's door. I'm dead." This was all Shi Morong could think of before falling unconscious. "You're not going to take him away this time?" Yuan looked at Li Jinshi, who wore a deep frown on her face. "Too scared to approach me? Fine, let me help you." Yuan used his foot to pick up Shi Morong's body before gently tossing him at Li Jinshi. "What was that energy? It's so chaotic. It resembles killing intent, but it also feels different. It's like a mortal standing before a godlike beast. Is this due to his unique cultivation technique?" The spectators speculated the origin of Yuan's chaotic essence, but none of them had ever sensed something so foreign. Only Kellan could somewhat identify his chaotic essence. It's similar to the chaotic energy typically found in the primordial chaos and other places inhabitable by humans. Don't tell me his family has managed to create a cultivation technique that allows them to cultivate that chaotic energy? The shock Kellan was experiencing right now was far more than when he realized Yuan had fire harmony. If a cultivation technique that allowed one to cultivate chaotic energy was truly out there, it would change the entire landscape of the cultivation world. It could even usher in a new age of cultivation. This man, I must get him to join the celestial overlords at all costs. Kalan secretly contacted Senior Bai through a communication jade slip meant for emergencies. When Senior Bai answered, Kalan explained the whole situation to him. "We must acquire this man at all costs. He will definitely play a massive role in the cultivation world in the future. His potential is even higher than that of Yuan's." "Potential higher than Yuan?" "That is very hard to believe, but I will take your word and notify Lady Shu. Unbeknownst to Kalan, his actions would end up sparking a war within the celestial overlords." After their conversation ended, Senior Bai revealed the details of their conversation to the individuals with unfathomably deep cultivation before him. Senior Bai was coincidentally in the middle of a meeting with most of the upper echelons of the celestial overlords when Kalan called, and everyone there was at least within the rank of overlord, meaning several celestial overlords were present as well. Knowing Kalan would only use the emergency contact when it involved Yuan or his friends, Su Jiaqi allowed Senior Bai to accept the call. A monster from a hidden family who, while not even at the age of 30, has cultivated fire harmony, poison immunity, and an extreme physique. He might also have a cultivation technique that allows him to cultivate chaos chi. Does Kalan really expect us to believe such a mythical being exists? Talk about being delusional. Ah ha ha ha. A bulky man laughed out loud after hearing the information. Regardless of its believability, we should still send someone to verify this information and check out the individual. If this individual turns out to be as formidable as Kalan claimed, we might have another celestial overlord in the future. Another individual spoke. Who should we send? The overlords there turned to look at the 3 celestial overlords before them, searched the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1728, End of Tournament of Rising Stars. A heaven-defying talent that would make even the most talented individuals in the 9 heavens look ordinary. "I don't believe such a being exists, nor am I going to waste my time finding out," said a handsome man with long black hair tied into a ponytail. The second celestial overlord looked at Shu Jiaqi and said, "Why don't you go and check him out, Senior Sister Shu? It's been a while since you last recruited someone with significant talents in the faction." Shu Jiaqi remained silent, as did Senior Bai. The information that a monster like Yuan existed in the celestial overlords was strictly restricted due to Shu Jiaqi's efforts to keep his existence hidden until he was powerful enough to walk amongst them properly with his head held high. If the members of the celestial overlords realized that someone not even in the divine realm was among their elite ranks, some might find issues with it and cause trouble for Yuan. While celestial overlords like Shu Jiaqi hold immense authority in the faction, they were not in complete command over every member in the faction due to the existence of more than one celestial overlord, each having their own group or sub-faction. For example, the faction had 4 members at the rank of celestial overlords, and each would hold a certain percentage of control over the faction. That percentage varied based on how many members each of the celestial overlords or their members had recruited. The members' loyalty toward each celestial overlord also varied. As of this moment, Shu Jiaqi had the lowest percentage, but those within her group could be considered the elite of elites, consisting of the most powerful members in the faction. As for the other celestial overlords, they had Shu Jiaqi beat in quantity. Moreover, while numbers play a big role, it wasn't as if the members of the faction could recruit anybody they saw to inflate their numbers. "I'll pass," Shu Jiaqi said. "Eh? Why not?" "I thought you loved gathering those with extreme talents. This guy sounds like he's right up your alley." Shu Jiaqi feared that if she recruited this mysterious monster and the others found out about Yuan's existence later on, things might get messy due to her monopoly of 2 monsters. While she wasn't afraid of the other celestial overlords or their complaining, she feared that it might cause strife and affect the entire faction. "I only need Yuan. They can have this guy," Shu Jiaqi thought to herself. She was also aware of how powerful Yuan's heaven-refining physique could become, so she wasn't worried about his potential being surpassed by some nobody. "I have enough talented individuals by my side already. If I get another one, you'll all be complaining, especially if his talent is as amazing as Kalan claims anyway." Shu Jiaqi sneered. Are you sure Kalen is from your group, so you have priority over this man, regardless of our feelings? Yes, I am sure. Shujaki's decision really surprised and puzzled many individuals there. She would typically be the first to jump at the opportunity to recruit someone highly talented, but she didn't seem interested this time for some reason. Unbeknownst to them, Shujaki had already secretly recruited a monster and thought this new monster wasn't worth unnecessary drama. Only Senior Bai understood Shujaki's thoughts. "In that case, I'll go take a look at this young man," said the third celestial overlord. She was sitting beside Shujiaki and was the one who addressed her as senior sister. "Don't come complaining to me if he turns out to be the real deal, okay? Celestial Overlord Ching, are you going to go down yourself, or should one of us go in your stead?" One of the overlords there asked. There's a reason Kalen didn't outright recruit him but contacted Overlord Bai instead. "Would you send your servant to invite an emperor to your banquet?" "No, you'd show up yourself to show your sincerity?" Celestial Overlord Ching explained her reasoning. Sometime later, Senior Bai notified Kalen that Celestial Overlord Ching would be the one to recruit Yuan. Naturally, Kalen was incredibly upset by this decision. Why would she be the one coming? "I notified you because I wanted Celestial Overlord Shu to recruit him." Senior Bai explained the skepticism the others had about his information and Shujaki's reason for not recruiting another monster. "They think I'm misunderstanding something? That's outrageous and slanderous. When have I ever made a bad judgment of talents? I'm telling you that Celestial Overlord Shu will immensely regret not having this guy in her group. He's even more monstrous than Yuan." "Phew! What's done has been done. Unless you're willing to risk offending Celestial Overlord Ching and recruit him before she arrives, go ahead." Kalen swallowed nervously at the thought of offending another Celestial Overlord, one that was not in his group. He'd essentially make an enemy out of everyone under Celestial Overlord Ching. Why did the Celestial Overlords split up in such a fashion? "I heard it wasn't like this when the founder was still alive," Kalen sighed. The Celestial Overlords were in complete unity when the founder of the Celestial Overlords was still in control. There were even more Celestial Overlords at that time than currently. Yet nobody tried to fight for authority or acquire more control, and they were all loyal to the founder. Lady Shu is currently working to return the Celestial Overlords to its former glory. However, these things take a tremendous amount of time and energy, Senior Bai said. Also, she believes in Yuan more, even if he may be a little behind now. I also believe in Yuan, but there's truly something unfathomable about this man surnamed Zhao. Whatever. If Celestial Overlord Zhu refuses to recruit him, there's nothing else I can do. I also don't want to offend Celestial Overlord Xing, as she's also very scary in her own right. Meanwhile, Yuan faced his next moment, a young man wielding a sword, Wang Ming, and I'll be your next opponent. A sword, huh? Let me change my weapon real quick. Yuan swapped his spear for a sword. Their fight began shortly later. Neither of them really spoke to each other. Instead, they used their swords to do the talking. Wang Ming's sword gushed with powerful sword aura, but it was still behind Yuan's ordinary sword aura. Realizing this, Wang Ming used his cultivation to make up for the difference. Only being weaker than Li Jinshi, Wang Ming was the second strongest member of the Demon Sealing faction, and his performance only further solidified his position. His movements were perfectly executed, and his sword techniques were on the verge of perfection. His sword aura was also impressive for someone his age, something only seen in the upper heavens. Yet despite his excellence, he was still several steps behind Yuan in every aspect. Damn it, this is exactly like fighting Yuan. Wang Ming gritted his teeth when he realized he couldn't gain any advantage or overpower his opponent, and he was having flashbacks of his first encounter with Yuan. "You're not bad, but in my eyes, you're only slightly better than my last opponent." Yuan provoked him. Wang Ming's eyes flickered with fighting spirit, and his aura abruptly soared. Sword energy. Wang Ming swung his sword at Yuan, releasing a powerful beam of energy that resembled Yuan's heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan also swung his sword, but instead of using sword aura, His sword displayed enhanced sword aura, cutting right through Wang Ming's technique. "Enhanced sword aura?" Kelan cried out loud as he witnessed Wang Ming being struck. Search the Oval Fire Het website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Enhanced sword aura? Wang Ming muttered in disbelief as he felt the sensation of his body being sliced in half. Not just sword aura and spear aura, but he also knows enhanced sword aura. There's no way he's less than 30 years old. Kelan started to question Yuan's true age, as his achievements seemed far too extraordinary for someone so young. No way. He defeated another spirit enlightenment cultivator while only being spirit grandmaster. How is this making any sense? That must be enhanced sword aura just now. It's my first time witnessing it, but it's so distinct from sword aura. While the spectators were in an uproar, Yuan looked at Li Jinxi and inquired, "Are you next?" After a moment of silence, she said, "I want to, but I will deal with you once I finish this tournament." "If you say so," Yuan looked at the other participants, who all appeared to be stricken with immense fear. "I guess there will be no more challengers for now." Yuan returned to the Ning family's booth the next moment. The tournament resumed shortly after, but most of the top 20 participants had lost their desire to fight. In the end, Li Jinxi swept away the rest of the tournament without any effort and became the champion. The champion of this year's Tournament of Rising Stars is Li Jinxi, a rogue cultivator, the judge announced. The crowd cheered for her, but the celebration was short-lived since everyone knew there was still one more fight left to be fought. After winning the tournament, Li Jinxi stepped onto one of the stages and beckoned Yuan with a finger. Once Yuan entered the stage, he said, "Since this is the last fight, and I can tell you're different from the others, let's make use of this entire stadium instead of just a single stage." "I'm fine with that," she calmly said. Chapter 1729, 3 to 4 Realms. Since not just the arenas but the entire stadium was protected by formations, Li Jinxi and Yuan's fight would not be deadly as long as they didn't go overboard. "Whenever you are ready." Yuan stood before Li Jinxi with a calm demeanor, almost as if she was no different than the others. "Before we fight, how about we make another rule, to allow the usage of treasures above spirit grade? I don't think we'll be able to have a proper fight with so many limitations." Yuan didn't immediately respond to her suggestion. While lowering the restrictions will definitely make the fight much more entertaining, it will also make the fight much more dangerous. "I don't think I like that idea. I'm doing this for fun, not because I want to kill you." Yuan eventually shook his head, rejecting the idea. He was also worried that he might accidentally reveal his true identity by fighting seriously. "You think you can kill me?" Li Jinxi's aura suddenly soared towards the heavens, and her peak of spirit enlightenment cultivation began inching toward the next realm. In the blink of an eye, Li Jinxi's cultivation reached the first level of Divine Warrior. However, that wasn't the end, and her cultivation continued to soar. The audience all wore expressions of awe and shock on their faces as they watched Li Jinxi's cultivation through the levels of Divine Warrior and enter Divine Master. Yet Li Jinxi did not appear to be finished yet. By the end, Li Jinxi's cultivation stopped at the 4th level of Divine Grandmaster. Heavens! A Divine Grandmaster before even reaching the age of 30! Her potential rivals those geniuses in the upper heavens. No, maybe she came from the upper heavens. If she had managed to reach that level in the lower heavens, I cannot even imagine how much she'd grow in the upper heavens. Divine Grandmaster, huh? What a surprise, Yuan said in a surprised voice. "I will warn you now that I can fight someone 3, even 4 realms above my own cultivation. If you don't want to lose miserably, you should lower some of those limitations to increase your own cultivation." Li Jinxi spoke in a scornful tone, almost as if she was looking down on Yuan from a place far above him. 3 to 4 realms, huh? I see, Yuan chuckled. He pointed at her and continued, "All right, I'll lower some of the limitations, but not for me." "What?" Li Jinxi frowned. "You can use treasures above spirit grade up to celestial grade treasures. However, I will continue to use my spirit grade treasure, Li Jinshi wasn't too happy about being looked down upon. What kind of nonsense is? Hey, Yuan suddenly interrupted, and his aura skyrocketed. However, his cultivation remained only at Spirit Grandmaster. Who do you think you are under this heaven? Only I am allowed to look down on others. Yuan used True Dragon Awakening, causing his aura to explode. The entire stadium suddenly felt suffocating, and everyone struggled to breathe as a crushing pressure filled the air. Ximei's body trembled violently, her very bloodline resonating with an overwhelming sense of fear. Due to the stark difference between Dragon Awakening and True Dragon Awakening, Ximei was unable to recognize Yuan, not to mention she was overwhelmed by intense fear. What kind of bloodline does he have? Ximei fell to her knees as she stared at Yuan's silhouette with trembling eyes, her teeth clattering as if she were freezing to death. The blood within her responded to the dragon god's blood essence inside Yuan, filling her with an instinctive sense of reverence. It was as though she were standing before her own god, her very being compelled to admire his presence. Kalen stood up again. This presence, he's not human, but a dragon. This explains a lot. He almost couldn't believe it. You, Li Jinshi gritted her teeth as she struggled to remain standing before Yuan's oppressive aura. However, Yuan's aura suddenly vanished, although it was only active for a few seconds, and it wasn't all of his aura. He'd knocked out the majority of the audience with his aura alone. So, are you still underestimating me, Miss 3 to 4 Realms? Li Jinshi clenched her fists in frustration, but she couldn't respond. After a moment of silence, she silently tossed the spirit-grade sword in her grasp away before using her own treasure. That's more like it. Yuan laughed out loud. This son of a bitch is even crazier than Yuan, she cried inwardly. With the Golden Empress in her grasp, Li Jinshi flew at Yuan Search, the novel Afire.net website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As she swung the Golden Empress, it suddenly became engulfed with a golden flame-like aura. Seeing this golden flame, Yuan instinctively dodged it despite having fire immunity. So he doesn't just block anything and everything with his body, huh? Li Jinshi sneered inwardly. The Golden Empress had a special ability that directly ignored all fire resistance, so it would have gone through Yuan's fire resistance and damaged him. Naturally, the damage would have only been superficial even if the attack landed, and Yuan could have easily healed from the damage afterward, but he didn't want to reveal his regenerative ability, as it could expose his true identity. Is dodging all you can do? You were barking so damn loud just now, too? Li Jinshi provoked when Yuan continued dodging her attacks without striking back. Was that pressure you displayed also just for show? Yuan blocked her next strike with enhanced sword aura and said, I just didn't want to end the fight so soon. But if you insist, Yuan began striking back without using any techniques, as it'd easily reveal his identity. Li Jinshi noticed this detail and wondered if Yuan didn't know any proper techniques at all since he'd spent all of his time improving other aspects. His overall prowess is ridiculously high, but he lacks techniques. This is why his attacks thus far have been incredibly simple. This is his disadvantage. Realizing this, Li Jinshi became more confident in her chances of winning. Chapter 1730 Reincarnators. With his True Dragon Awakening, Yuan was able to withstand Li Jinshi's cultivation at the 4th level of Divine Grandmaster, whilst only being a Spirit Grandmaster himself. His Chaotic Dragon Core also assisted him even though he didn't utilize any of his chaotic essence. Li Jinshi's swordsmanship was perfect, but in terms of combat experience, she was still far behind Yuan, even if her past experience was taken into account. Li Jinshi was a formidable immortal in her previous life, but Yuan specialized in fighting immortals more than ordinary cultivators. Li Jinshi, having fought many immortals before, could tell that the man before her was as formidable as one, if not even more powerful. There was no opening in Yuan's defense, and every time he strikes, he leaves her no room to counterattack. Li Jinshi would normally risk attacking him, but knowing that a single mistake could end their match, she didn't dare to risk it. After several hundred exchanges, Yuan purposefully gave Li Jinshi the opportunity to attack, but he made sure not to make it too obvious. Li Jinshi saw the chance and took it. Her sword shone brightly as it unleashed one of its unique abilities, Golden Goddess. A golden silhouette suddenly emerged from the Golden Empress, taking the form of a beautiful female avatar who greatly resembled Li Jinshi. This golden avatar was a manifestation of the Golden Empress's memories of Jinshi. This meant that the golden avatar had her fighting experience, techniques, and even habits. Its cultivation was even higher than Li Jinshi, being at the peak of Divine Grandmaster. 1 versus 2, huh? Yuan muttered with a slight smile on his face. Once Jinshi's avatar began fighting alongside Li Jinshi, they were able to push Yuan back by constantly throwing powerful techniques at him. Golden Empress's sword dance, Li Jinshi began executing a series of swift and powerful sword techniques, each faster and more threatening than the last. Jinshi's avatar used her own technique at the same time, supporting Li Jinshi from the rear with long-distance sword techniques. Heavens, what a fight! This isn't something you'd expect to witness in the fourth heaven. The audience watched with their mouths agape. Li Jinshi displayed techniques and combat prowess meant for immortals, and Yuan could somehow withstand them while only being at the peak of Spirit Grandmaster. Although that man from the upper heavens is a monster, that beauty is also a monster. Two monsters fighting each other. I cannot imagine what sort of beings they'll become in the future. Their names will definitely spread throughout the 9 heavens. The audience cheered louder and louder as the fight progressed, and this isn't even all he can do. Kalen's body trembled with anticipation as he imagined fighting Yuan at his full prowess. However, he then realized that if Li Jinshi failed to defeat Yuan, he would also lose his own chance to face Yuan in battle. Li Jinshi, you better defeat him or I will not forgive you, Kalen cried out in a desperate voice. As their fight reached its climax, Yuan said to her through voice transmission, "You don't fight like an ordinary genius, are you, by any chance, a reincarnator?" Wah! Yuan's sudden remarks took Li Jinshi by surprise, causing her to misstep, nearly falling on her face. "Judging by your reaction, I guess I'd hit the mark," Yuan continued to tease her. You are also a reincarnator?" Li Jinshi glared at him with a serious frown. "Yes, and if I said that I have reincarnated more than once, would you believe me?" Li Jinshi swallowed nervously. "Reincarnated more than once? That's just like Yuan, but it explains his abnormal prowess," she thought inwardly. Li Jinshi had suspected there would be more reincarnators like Yuan and herself after realizing it was possible, but she never had any solid proof. As for Mixu and Chu Luxiang, they would only speak about their past lives with Yuan, so Li Jinshi was unaware of their background. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop fighting? The spectators were puzzled when the two of them abruptly stopped their match. They appear to be talking with each other through voice transmission. I wonder what they are talking about. Nobody there dared to eavesdrop on their conversation, Kalen included, as it would be incredibly rude and offensive if caught. If Li Jinshi has such a serious expression, it must be a fairly important subject. Kalen wanted to eavesdrop, but he feared it would mess with their chances to recruit him. "What do you know about reincarnations?" Yuan asked Li Jinshi. "Clearly not as much as you," she said. "If you defeat me, I'll tell you. I can keep this up forever, but you are starting to run low on spiritual energy, right? How about unleashing your most powerful technique for your next strike? Otherwise you'd suffer a boring defeat." Li Jinshi could tell that he was telling the truth just by his calm and relaxed composure. Meanwhile, she was sweating bullets and breathing heavily. Summoning Jinshi's avatar had exhausted 1/3 of her reserve, and it needed a constant supply of spiritual energy to continue functioning. At this rate, I'll run out of spiritual energy in a few hours and lose by default. Li Jinshi gritted her teeth. "I refuse to lose in such a manner to someone who isn't Yuan." Her eyes burned with determination. Seeing Li Jinshi begin gathering her spiritual energy, Yuan smiled and spoke with enthusiasm. "Don't disappoint me now." A few moments later, Li Jinshi finished gathering every drop of her remaining spiritual energy and unleashed it at Yuan, Golden Empress Absolute Decree. Li Jinshi raised the Golden Empress above her head as it grew until it became even larger than the stadium itself. "Heavens! Is she trying to destroy the entire stadium? Emperor Ning cried out loud. Don't worry. I will ensure the safety of everyone, including the stadium, Keilan assured him. The next moment, Li Jinshi swung the massive sword at Yuan. As the golden sword began descending, Yuan's eyes flickered with a vicious glint. Sword God's Apex Sword Art Search the Ehoville Fire et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wait, that's... Li Jinshi's eyes widened after seeing Yuan's unique sword stance, but before she could say anything, her vision blanked, followed by a certain notification. You have died, Chapter 1731, killing Li Jinx. The entire stadium became dead silent after Yuan killed Li Jingshi, most of it due to the system's interference, as Li Jingshi was a player. Sword God's Apex Sword Art learned. Despite the notification, Yuan didn't budge an inch, almost as if he'd become a stone statue. However, if one were to look underneath his clothes, one would see his entire body covered in sweat. I accidentally killed her, Yuan cried inwardly after his mind slowly comprehended the situation. The sword, God's Apex Sword Art, was a celestial rank technique, but Yuan figured Li Jinshi would be able to survive it even without the formation. Moreover, he'd only used a fraction of its power. Yet, the sword technique was much stronger than he'd anticipated, destroying the formation and killing Li Jinshi instantaneously. He wanted to log off immediately and see if Li Jinshi was okay, but he was unable to do so. Sira Novelle, F. Iron Yacht website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After snapping out of his daze, Yuan turned to look at Keilan and hastily shouted, It was an accident. I swear I didn't kill her on purpose. However, Keilan didn't react, almost as if he couldn't hear Yuan's voice, seemingly shocked about something. That sword technique contained the power of the void. He's managed to comprehend the power of the void before reaching the age of 30. There's simply no way, Keilan cried inwardly. The power of the void was something humans have been trying to master since its existence was revealed to the cultivation world. However, not a single human has ever fully mastered the power of the void to this very day. Although Yuan only displayed a slight understanding of such power, it was still more than what Keilan and many immortals could comprehend. As for Yuan, he'd accidentally used the power of the void when using Sword God's Apex Sword Art, because it felt natural, almost as if the technique was created to be used with the power of the void. Meanwhile, after dying to Yuan in Cultivation Online, Li Jinshi sat up on her bed with a dazed look on her face. I died. She subconsciously checked her body. A few seconds later, she sighed in relief. I didn't lose my ability to cultivate. Once she confirmed that the death didn't affect her cultivation, Li Jinshi immediately began thinking about the technique that killed her. That sword stance looked very familiar, I think. Her death had happened too fast, and she wasn't able to get a good look at Yuan's sword technique before she blacked out. A few moments later, Li Jinshi could hear several pairs of footsteps running in the hallway, and they were all getting closer to her room. Soon her door was being knocked on. Sister Jinshi, are you okay? Wang Bingbing's voice resounded. Li Jinshi went to open the door to find Wang Bingbing, Wang Shuying, and Meixiu standing outside her room. Yes, I am fine. The death didn't affect my cultivation. Li Jinshi nodded. I can't believe that man actually killed you. Wait until Yuan hears about this? Wang Shuying said. He said it was an accident, but who knows if he's telling the truth or not. Meixiu sighed. At least you didn't lose your ability to cultivate, or that would have been disastrous, Wang Bingbing said. Li Jinshi clenched her hands tightly into fists, and she muttered, I didn't think I'd lose so miserably. I'm sorry for letting you all down. Why are you the one apologizing when everyone lost to him? That man could give even a monster like Yuan a run for his money. Wang Bingbing said, speaking of Yuan, any news from him? Meixiu shook her head and said, He was still asleep when I left the room just now. I see sometime later. Everyone but Li Jinshi returned to Cultivation Online to see Yuan being confronted by Keilan. I boastfully claimed that nobody would die under my watch just a second before you killed Li Jinchi. I am both angry and ashamed, not for you, but for myself. However, even if I was aware of your intentions, I would not have been able to stop that attack, unless my understanding of the power of the void surpasses your understanding, which it does not. I didn't intend to kill her. Truly. Yuan sighed. I know, but since you're from the upper heavens, you should already know that you didn't really kill her. Still, it could affect her cultivation. Even if that's the case, there are methods to restore her ability to cultivate. What? Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this and inquired for more information. Just like how a crippled Dantian could be healed with treasures, there are methods to heal someone with a damaged soul. It'll be costly, but it's possible in the case she lost her ability to cultivate due to a damaged soul. We, the celestial overlords, have the capability to heal her. I see. The celestial overlords are truly capable, Yuan said, relieved to learn that a player losing their ability to cultivate after death wasn't necessarily permanent. By the way, do you belong to a faction? Kellan suddenly asked. Are you trying to recruit me now? Kellan scratched his head in a somewhat awkward manner. Well, I do, but I won't, because there will be someone even more amazing than me coming to recruit you soon. What can you elaborate? Yuan asked in a puzzled tone. Kellan scratched his head a little harder, seemingly perplexed about something. Ah, forget it. Since we're already at this point, I might as well tell you now. One of the celestial overlords, the highest authority in our faction, will be coming down to personally recruit you soon. What? Yuan muttered, in a dazed voice after hearing this. This person, is it Celestial Overlord Su? He couldn't help but ask. No, it's someone else. Why did you mention Celestial Overlord Su? Do you know her? Kellan asked, with raised eyebrows. Yuan sighed after realizing the trouble coming their way and said to him through voice transmission, Hey, let's go somewhere private. I need to speak with you. Ah, bring the children you brought with you. Huh? Sure. Kellan casually nodded, not thinking much of Yuan's request. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1732, Revealing His Identity. Sometime later, Yuan and Kellan went over to Emperor Ning to say goodbye. Before you leave, can you give this reward to that young lady who won the tournament? Emperor Ning handed the innate miracle pill to Kellan. Kellan brought the demon-sealing faction and Yuan to a nearby area afterward. How much time do we have before the Celestial Overlord arrives to recruit me? Yuan inquired. We have a few more days. Why? All right, let's go to the myriad of techniques then. Why the myriad of techniques? Kellan raised an eyebrow, feeling like Yuan was being oddly specific and familiar with their background. That's Overlord Bai's territory, no? What I have to tell you guys is incredibly important and cannot be leaked. I need a safe place to reveal this information to you. Kellan's eyes widened. This was their first time meeting, so why does he have something so important to tell them? Does this have something to do with Yuan? Meishu suddenly asked with an observant face. He silently nodded. Huh? Yuan? You know Yuan. Everyone there looked at him with wide eyes. So you've known about us this entire time? I cannot reveal any more here. Maul! All right, I'll bring us to the myriad of techniques right now. Kellan retrieved a talisman and burned it with spiritual energy. The next moment, everyone around him was enveloped by a golden light before they vanished into thin air. The scenery flickered before Yuan and the others, and before they realized it, they were suddenly in front of the myriad of techniques. The talisman worked similarly to the teleport stones in the primal expanse, but they were incredibly valuable and limited in travel distance due to humans' lack of understanding of the power of the void. They entered the myriad of techniques and went straight into Senior Bai's world, as Kellan had been given permission by Senior Bai to do so without his presence in case of emergencies. Once they were inside Senior Bai's world and protected from eavesdrops and the Celestial Emperor's interference, Yuan said to them, Before I begin, I would like to apologize for messing with you all. I kept my identity hidden because I couldn't let the public know that I am still in Cultivation Online, and I wanted you all to experience what fighting me without knowing it's me was like." "Wait, that voice," Chu Liuxiang muttered in a dazed voice after recognizing Yuan's voice, as he'd stopped disguising his voice after entering Senior Bai's world. Yuan removed his mask, revealing his handsome face to them. "Sorry, it was me this entire time," he said, with an apologetic smile. "Yuan!" Keilan screamed, sounding like he'd just witnessed his ancestors crawling out of their graves. "Yi! You! It was you this entire time?" Shilang exclaimed. "Fucking fuck! I knew it! I knew something was off!" Wang Ming cried out loud. "Damn! I really thought there was someone more monstrous than you for a moment there." Shimerong sighed loudly. "Wah! You really scared me during the fight, Yuan." Chu Liuxiang went to embrace him. Shi Meili rubbed her eyes and sighed. "I knew your dragon scent was familiar, but there was something very different about it, and it threw me off. See thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "Yuan, when did you return?" Meixiu asked him. "A few days before the tournament started. When I left the Primal Expanse, I found myself at the Ning family's residence, and upon hearing about the Grand Mystic sect participating in the tournament, I figured I'd wait to see if you guys would show up. After confirming that you guys were also participating, I wanted to see how much you guys have grown firsthand, hence my interference." About Sister Jinshi, Wang Bingbing looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. "Ah, yeah, I accidentally killed her. I'd like to personally apologize to her, but I cannot do that." Yuan shook his head. "What do you mean by that?" Meixiu asked with a slightly worried tone, sensing something was off. "Before I say anything, Mei Li, Ying, you're still affected by the Celestial Emperor's curse, so let's have that removed first." Yuan retrieved the sacred chalice of purification. "What kind of treasure is that?" Keilan finally snapped out of his daze and asked him. "A treasure I acquired in the Primal Expanse. It has the ability to remove curses, including the one the Celestial Emperor placed on every being below the seventh heaven. This will allow her to understand our existence as players. Such a powerful treasure exists. The Celestial Emperor's curse isn't an ordinary curse." Ji Meili and Lan Yingying fed the chalice some of their blood, and a few moments later they were no longer forced to ignore the existence of players. Yuan explained their existence to them shortly after. Heavens! To think my way of thinking had been controlled by someone without my knowledge this entire time, how terrifying! Ji Meili shivered from fear after realizing the truth. "What a horrible thing to do to someone, and they didn't even warn us," Lan Yingying sighed. "All right, now that we're all on the same page, the Celestial Emperor is targeting me for some reason, and my access to the system has been blocked. Basically, I've been banned from Cultivation Online," Yuan revealed. "What the hell? Something like that can happen," Wang Shiwing muttered. Yuan nodded and continued. "Once someone has their access to the system blocked, they will no longer be able to access Cultivation Online. In other words, they won't be able to enter the 9 heavens." "Wait, if that's the case, how are you still here?" Keilan asked. "Don't ask me how or why, but I've been given access to another system, allowing me to stay inside Cultivation Online. However, there are a few issues, one of them being that I am no longer allowed to log off and return to Earth." "What?" Chu Liuxiang and the others cried out loud. "This is why I didn't notify any of you of my return, and why I cannot apologize to Li Jinshi until she returns to Cultivation Online after her death cooldown." "If you cannot log out, what are you going to do now?" Meixiu asked, once everyone comprehended the situation. "I will need to re-establish the connection between Earth and the 9 heavens through the Dragon Spiral Mountain as soon as possible, allowing me to travel to the 9 heavens with my real body, and I have to do so without alerting the Celestial Emperor," he said. Search thenovelfire.net, website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1733. Inevitable Involvement. "So your destination is the Dragon Spiral Mountain in the 7th heaven, huh? Do you intend on going straight there?" Keelan asked after hearing his plans. That I am not sure yet. I am afraid that I might reveal my presence if I ascend normally. Yuan shook his head. When a player successfully ascends to the next realm, there will always be an announcement, and it paves the way for the other players, allowing everyone to ascend. However, if I wait for the other players to ascend for me, it'd take way too long. Keelan then asked, "Why do you have to evade the Celestial Emperor anyway? Did you do something to offend him?" "I don't know." Yuan shook his head. In reality, he had an idea why the Celestial Emperor was hunting him, but he didn't want to reveal information about his past lives if he didn't need to. Besides the demon-sealing faction and those following him, nobody else was aware of his past lives. The Celestial Overlords could help you, you know. I don't know about the rest of the faction, but Celestial Overlord Shu wouldn't hesitate to confront the Celestial Emperor for you. If you reveal your talents to the others, I'm sure they'd also be willing to assist you," Keelan said. Being one of the most powerful factions in the Nine Heavens, the Celestial Overlords had more than just fame to their name. If they truly wanted, they could force even someone as powerful as the Celestial Emperor to act. However, Yuan immediately rejected that idea and said, "No, I cannot involve the faction, especially when the Celestial Emperor is clearly hostile toward me. I don't want to cause you guys trouble." Keelan frowned and said, "Wrong. As you're already a member of the Celestial Overlords, we are obligated to protect you unless you committed treason or did something we cannot defend, such as murdering innocent mortals or being a demon worshipper." "Did you do anything that would harm our reputation?" Keelan asked him with raised eyebrows, his tone somewhat nervous. He truly wouldn't be surprised if Yuan had done something he wasn't supposed to do. "What? Of course not. I did no such thing in this life," Yuan said. Keelan found Yuan's phrasing a little weird and oddly specific, but he didn't think too much about it. Then there should be no problem with the Celestial Overlords helping you. If the Celestial Emperor is truly hunting you down, we will have to get involved sooner or later. Yuan fell silent. He wasn't sure if he should get the Celestial Overlords involved. No, now that I think about it, the Celestial Overlords clashing with the Celestial Emperor might be inevitable since the Celestial Overlords was founded by one of my past lives. After a moment of silence, Yuan nodded. "Okay, however, don't let the Celestial Emperor know that I am still in Cultivation Online, the Nine Heavens, just in case." Keelan nodded. "I will let Celestial Overlord Shu know. Hell, you can tell her yourself. I don't know if I will be able to convince her not to kick down the Celestial Emperor's door in anger. I can tell her myself. When can I speak with her?" "Since you're here, we can ask Overlord Bai to bring her to this world. We also need to resolve the situation with Celestial Overlord Qing, who will be coming to recruit you. You can deal with her. You were the one who caused this mess, after all," Yuan quickly said. "What? How can you put all the blame on me? If you hadn't hidden your identity, I wouldn't have contacted them. We can talk about that later. Right now, let's focus on how I can ascend to the seventh heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor," Yuan then said. Wang Xueying suddenly spoke. "What if you have someone bring you to the seventh heaven, like how I was brought to the second heaven after the mystic realm?" Keelan then said, "No, that won't work. We cannot bring anyone without restriction. There are rules and guidelines we have to follow. Bringing someone to the second heaven from the lower heaven may have fewer restrictions, but the upper heavens are different at the end of the day. We won't be able to bring him to the upper heavens while hiding his identity." "Can't you just sneak him there?" Wu Zhao asked. "There is a barrier that separates every realm in the Nine Heavens, and it will prevent unauthorized beings from passing. We can force our way through it, but it instantly alert the Celestial Emperor," Keelan explained. "Share the No Fired website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." "How about we climb the stairway to heaven for you?" Mishu suddenly suggested. "I think we have a good chance of ascending at our current level." Keelan looked at her and said, "You'll probably have no issue ascending to the fifth heaven and even the sixth heaven, but the seventh heaven is a different beast besides Yuan and Li Jinshi. I don't think anyone here will be able to pass it anytime soon." However, Yuan shook his head and said, "It's fine. I think I have another method to ascend without alerting the Celestial Emperor." "Oh? What method?" Kalen looked at him with genuine intrigue. "I don't know, but I know someone who might," he said. Yuan continued, "Anyway, now that we understand my situation, let's talk about you guys." Us, Wang Ming, and the others pointed at themselves. "Yes, you guys. To avoid the Celestial Emperor coming after you guys for being associated with me, I will have to limit our contact for now. And since you've done so well training with Kalen for the last 3 years, I figured it'd be fine if you continued to follow and train under him." Yuan looked at Kalen and asked, "You wouldn't mind taking care of them for a little longer, right? I can ask Senior Bai if you're too busy." "No, I don't mind. In fact, I already have plans for them since none of them were able to defeat you during the tournament." Kalen responded with a cold smile. The Demon Sealing faction members trembled after seeing his smile. "However, it won't be for free. In exchange for my assistance, I want you to spar with me right here and now." Kalen looked at Yuan with an excited smile. Chapter 1734, Kelan's Plan. "What's with you and sparring?" Yuan sighed. "How about this? Instead of sparring with a suppressed cultivation, we will have a real fight when I catch up to your cultivation. You'll also have more fun that way." "What? That'll take forever. I want to fight you right now," Kelan said, sounding like a spoiled brat. Yuan rubbed his eyes and said in a defeated voice, "Fine, I'll spar with you, but it'll only be for a little." "That's more like it." Kalen immediately suppressed his cultivation to match Yuan. "Are you sure? You can increase your cultivation a little more if you want." Yuan said, "Yes, I'll be fine. I won't complain even if you defeat me in an instant." Kalen nodded. Yuan turned to look at the others and said, "Can you give us some space? The further, the better." Once Meixu and the others were far enough, Yuan said to Kalen, "I will come at you with my full strength. Don't blame me if I kill you by accident." Yuan activated True Dragon Awakening and unleashed his aura in the next instant, an overwhelming pressure, several times more intense than what he had displayed during the tournament, permeated throughout Senior Bai's world, causing those who sensed it to tremble uncontrollably. Heavens! What he showed us during the tournament was only a fraction of his true power. Jimarong cried out loud. Kalen wore a nervous smile on his face after sensing Yuan's aura, and he began regretting not taking Yuan's offer moments ago. Seeing his expression, Yuan smiled and said, "It's not too late to increase your cultivation." "No, I'm fine," Kalen responded, stuttering at the beginning. "Suit yourself." Yuan retrieved number 1 under heaven and activated God of War's astral arts next. Boom. Yuan's aura continued to skyrocket, and just his presence alone was enough to cause instability in Senior Bai's world. "Wait a second. This is just a spar. Are you really trying to kill me?" Kalen exclaimed after sensing real killing intent from Yuan's gaze. "What are you talking about? You're the one who asked for this?" Yuan further strengthened his aura with his chaotic essence, causing cracks to appear in the world. "Fuck, he'll kill all of us at this rate." Kalen cried inwardly. He raised his hand and sighed the next moment. "All right, you win. We can postpone our match until we have a proper stage to fight on. Since Overlord Bai isn't here, the world is much weaker, and it will definitely collapse if we fight here." Yuan smiled and said, "If you say so." His overwhelming presence instantly vanished, and the world began repairing itself shortly after Saror Zero, the novelfire.net website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Once everything returned to normal, Kalen said, "I plan on bringing your friends to the upper heavens to my sect, where I will be able to train them properly." "Can you bring so many people with you at once?" Yuan inquired. "Of course. It's going to be a little expensive, but I can manage. I can even bring you along if you don't mind your identity being revealed, that is." "Thanks for the offer, but I should be fine. Where are you going to take us, exactly?" Julius Young asked. "The 7th heaven. So we won't be able to see each other until Yuan reaches the 7th heaven." "I don't know if I like the sound of that," Julius Young muttered with a perplexed expression on her face. She wouldn't have minded if Yuan could log off, as they would still be able to meet on Earth. However, with Yuan unable to log off, they were essentially separated for an unknown period of time. It could be years before we see each other again. Meixiu and the others also became dejected after realizing this. It's just a few years, I promise. I will try to reach the seventh heaven as soon as possible. Also, it's not like we won't be able to see each other. Look at where we are now. We can still meet in the myriad of techniques, since it can be accessed from every realm. Yuan said. Now that you mention it, Chu Luxiang couldn't believe that she'd forgotten about the myriad of techniques, despite being there currently. If we can still see each other here, I guess I won't mind going to the seventh heaven. Yuan nodded with a smile. However, someone there suddenly said, "Sorry, but I won't be going to the seventh heaven with you guys." Me too. Another voice followed. Everyone there turned to look at the two individuals who had just spoken. It was Lan Yingying and Shi Meili. As Yuan's servant, I am obligated to follow him. Lan Yingying said. Shi Meili then spoke. I left the ancient dragon city to explore the world with Yuan. Although my prowess has improved significantly during the last 3 years, and I would surely become even stronger if I continued training in the seventh heaven, that is not my priority right now. Thank you for training me, but I will be staying with Yuan. Lan Yingying and Shi Meili bowed to Kelan, who nodded with an understanding smile. Since you're both divine beasts, what I can teach you is very limited, and you're probably better off traversing the world with Yuan, he said. Kelan turned to look at the other and said, We'll set off to the seventh heaven in a few weeks. I'll leave for a bit to contact Overlord Bai and Celestial Overlord Shu now. Yeah, Kelan disappeared shortly after. Once they were alone, Yuan said to them, By the way, I have one more surprise for you guys. Feng, you can come out now? What? Shi Meili's eyes widened after hearing her name. Feng Yuxiang appeared the next moment with a bright smile on her face. It's been a while, everyone. Feng, you're back. Shi Meili almost cried tears of happiness after seeing that Feng Yuxiang had managed to survive. Feng Yuxiang noticed Shi Meili staring at her and smiled. I'm glad to see that you're also fine. Chapter 1735, Growing Stronger Without Doing Anything? Sorry if I made you guys worry. As you can see, I am perfectly alive and healthy. Moreover, I've come back even stronger. Feng Yuxiang spoke with a prideful manner, her nose pointed toward the sky. Now that you mention it, your appearance and presence is different from before. How did you grow stronger while in such a state? Shi Meili asked with raised eyebrows. While most beings experience exponential growth after near-death experiences, Feng Yuxiang's situation was different. A lot has happened, but I learned about my past life as a primordial phoenix, and now that my curse has been lifted, my sealed cultivation, bloodline, and talents will gradually return to me, especially once I remember my past life's experience. I will essentially become stronger without needing to do anything. What? Growing stronger without doing anything? How envious! Chu Luxiang sighed. Sehr thermovifer at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Feng Yuxiang cleared her throat and said, In case you forgot, I was already a powerful phoenix before my bloodline was sealed, so it's not like my strength appears from thin air. By the way, where's Xiaohua? Lan Yingying asked when she noticed her absence. Oh, Yuan began explaining Xiaohua's situation to them. 2 souls in a single soul? Such a thing is possible? Everyone was shocked by the information and the perplexing situation. At least she's not in any immediate danger, Meixiu said. Yuan nodded. Yes, she's doing fine now, but we cannot be certain she'll remain like this forever. So what are you going to do now? Wang Shuying asked him. Once you guys leave for the seventh heaven, I will figure out how to ascend without alerting the Celestial Emperor. I also need to ask Tian'er some questions, so I'll visit the stairway to heaven. There's also Dong Ye. He can traverse between the 9 havens without alerting anyone, so there has to be a way. The first person that came to mind when he thought about ascending the 9 heavens in secrecy was Dong Yi, who has been successfully evading the Celestial Emperor since the evil god's era. Forget about that for now. I have an even more important question, Chu Luxiang suddenly said. How often should we meet each other? That's hard to say, and probably not something we can make a schedule around. However, I will try to meet with you guys whenever I can, said Yuan. Oh, right, I have another surprise for all of you. Another one? How many surprises do you have? Wang Ming exclaimed. Yuan cleared his throat and said, You can show yourself now, Yingzi. What? Yingzi, the demon-sealing faction instantly recognized this familiar name. The next moment, a shadowy silhouette appeared from Yuan's shadow. That's Yingzi. She looks so different, Wang Bingbing said. Ah, she changed her appearance right before we returned to the primal expanse, Yuan explained. Hello, everyone. I didn't think I would be able to see you all again. Yingzi greeted them with a slight head nod. What a striking appearance. You could easily be mistaken as a ghost in the dark. Chu Luxiang commented. Wait, so you're following Yuan now? Shilang asked. She nodded. For now, because he plans on returning to the primal expanse in the future, and I have the ability to take him back. I am also interested in your world. How do you feel now? Will you be fine without chaotic essence? Yuan asked her. Yingzi nodded and said, Just like when I visited your world, I don't have any issues living here. However, if I use my powers, I won't be able to replenish them, so I will only grow weaker as I use my powers. What kind of beast are you? She merely asked in a curious voice. I'm a shadow dweller, she said. Shadow dweller? She merely found this name familiar for some reason. Then she recalled the chronicles of the immortal monarch mentioning that one of the 9 divine supremes was a shadow dweller. A shadow dweller, Feng Yuxiang, who is a phoenix, Lan Yingying, who is a serpent, and myself, who is a dragon. What a terrifying coincidence! Or is this fate? Jimeli swallowed nervously after noticing that Yuan had a following that was nearly identical to the immortal monarch's 9 divine supremes. After chatting for a little, Yingzi returned to Yuan's shadow. Feng Yuxiang also returned to Yuan's dantian after saying, Perhaps it's due to my body trying to adapt to my bloodline's awakening, but I feel more exhausted than usual, despite not doing anything. I'll go take a nap. See you guys later. Lan Yingying stepped forward next and said, It's been a while since I have done this. She proceeded to turn into a snake before wrapping herself around Yuan's wrist, turning into a bracelet. How envious. I also want to rest inside his body. She merely sighed inwardly, and she started contemplating forming a contract with Yuan just so she could rest inside him like the others. We have some time before Qilin returns, so why don't I tell you guys about my adventure inside the primal expanse? Yuan said. Please do, they exclaimed excitedly. They found a nearby floating pavilion and sat around Yuan like a group of children during story time. Yuan recalled his experience inside the primal expanse from the moment of his arrival. Meanwhile, Qilin met with Senior Bai and Shujiaki inside the Celestial Overlord's headquarters. Since the place was located inside a secluded world within its own dimension, members of the Celestial Overlords were able to access it from anywhere in the 9 heavens. What's going on, Kellan? Why did you summon us? Celestial Overlord Qing should be arriving in the 4th heaven soon. Senior Bai inquired. Kellan scratched his head, looking perplexed as he pondered how he should reveal the news to them. Just spit it out already. Shujiaki urged him with a slight frown. Kellan's body trembled, and he hastily responded, Yuan has returned from the primal expanse, and he turned out to be the mysterious man from the upper heavens. What? Their eyes widened with disbelief. Chapter 1736, Internal Strife. Wait a second. Repeat that and speak slower this time, Senior Bai said, doubting his hearing just now. Qilin cleared his throat and repeated in a slow and clear voice, Yuan has returned from the primal expanse, and the mysterious monster surnamed Zhao I wanted you to recruit turned out to be Yuan in disguise. I just found this out. Yuan is back from the primal expanse. Shujiaki muttered in a dazed voice, You fool, how could you put Yuan's existence in the spotlight when we've been trying to keep him hidden for as long as possible? Senior Bai began lecturing him after comprehending the situation. Now, the majority of the upper ranks and even 2 celestial overlords are aware of him. But you were the one who revealed this information to them. I only wanted you to speak with Celestial Overlord Shu, Kalen said. Senior Bai fell silent. He wanted to rebuke Kalen, but he found himself unable to do so as he'd realized his own mistake. What should we do now, Lady Shu? It'll only be a matter of time before the rest of the faction is aware of Yuan's existence. The other groups will definitely try to covet him. Senior Bai looked at Shu Jiaqi. I think we can still keep his existence hidden. After all, nobody but the three of us are aware of the truth. We can just have Yuan continue his disguise for the time being, Kalan said. Shu Jiaqi nodded. That's a good idea. However, he's still part of our faction, which poses some risks and problems. In fact, Kalen could have figured out Yuan's identity if he'd tried to locate Yuan, since he has access to the location of all members with a lower rank. However, since he didn't know Yuan had left the Primal Expanse, he had no reason to try to locate Yuan or suspect his disguise, something that had to be done manually. Another way of exposing Yuan would be to use an identifying talisman, which will automatically glow if they are near a member of the faction. Commanders like Kalen and those of higher rank possess the ability to forcefully reveal a member's rank, however. Since no one would suspect that Yuan is already part of the Celestial Overlords, the likelihood of this happening remains low. What if we temporarily remove him from the faction? Kalen suddenly suggested. Senior Bai and Shu Jiaqi frowned at his outrageous suggestion. Why are you looking at me like that? You trust him, right? In that case, you don't really have to worry about him going off to another faction. Kalen's suggestion was logical and would definitely work. However, Shu Jiaqi didn't like the idea of removing Yuan from the faction, as it reset his progress and contributions to the faction. In other words, Yuan would have to start from the lowest rank when he rejoins the faction in the future. If you're worried about his rank, well, there's not much we can really do about that. However, it's probably still better than exposing his existence to the faction, which will definitely stir the already unstable hornet's nest. Shu Jiaqi clenched her fists. She wanted to keep Yuan a secret from the rest of the faction until he was strong enough or she had enough control of the faction. If the others find out about Yuan, they will definitely fight over him, especially that madman. I have to avoid this at all costs, since it will, without a doubt, give the Celestial Overlords a good reason to divide the faction finally. The Celestial Overlords may seem perfect in the eyes of outsiders, but there was a serious power struggle within the upper ranks, with each Celestial Overlord trying to gain more authority and control over the other. While he may lose his progress, we can still give him special promotions. Senior Bai suddenly said, He's only a general right now, and Kalen has the authority to promote an apprentice to a warrior, even captain. I can promote him to general, and if needed, Lady Shu could promote him even further. I thought we cannot give out special promotions willy-nilly, Kalen said. No, but there are ways around that. We can discuss that in the future, Senior Bai said. All right, let's remove Yuan from the faction temporarily for his safety and the stability of our faction. Shu Jiaqi eventually made a decision. There's another issue, but you will have to hear it from Yuan, Kalen then said. Why can't you tell us here? Shu Jiaqi frowned, Certes Nouvelle Firaite website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Because you probably won't believe me, and Yuan requested this himself. Kalen shrugged. Fine. He's in the myriad of techniques right now, right? Indeed. You can return first, Senior Bai said. Yes. Kalen bowed to them before leaving. I hope he won't hold a grudge for removing him. Even if it's only temporary, Shu Jiaqi sighed. Yuan isn't that kind of person. He'll surely understand why it must be done, Senior Bai said. Kalen returned to the myriad of techniques some time later. Where's Senior Bai and Miss Shu? Yuan asked Kalen when he returned. They'll be coming later while we wait for them. I need to talk to you for a moment. Kalen looked at him with a serious expression. What happened? Kalen proceeded to explain the situation and that they had decided to temporarily remove him from the faction. Miss Shu is worried that my existence might start a war in the faction and divide them, so she'd been keeping my existence a secret this entire time. Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing this information. Kellen sighed and explained, "You will eventually learn about this, so I might as well tell you now. Our situation isn't as good as it appears from the outside. Due to the other celestial overlord's ambitions, the faction has been split into 4 different groups, and we have internal fights almost daily. For the record, I am on Celestial Overlord Shu's side, and you're technically also on our side since she personally recruited you." Divided into 4 groups, internal fights, ambitions? What the hell is happening to my faction? Yuan muttered in a dazed voice. Your faction? Kellan raised an eyebrow at his weird phrasing. Chapter 1737, Fateful Reincarnation. Is that what I said? Yuan casually shrugged it off and continued, "Anyway, I understand the situation, and I don't blame Miss Shu for her decision. You can tell her that yourself when she arrives in a bit. Also, you have to tell her about your situation with the Celestial Emperor," said Kellan. Yuan nodded. "I will." Sometime later, a rift appeared in the world, and 2 individuals emerged from it. It was Senior Bai and Shujieki. Senior Bai and Shujieki's eyebrows twitched when they sensed Yuan's powerful presence despite his efforts to suppress it. Just what did he experience in the primal expanse to grow so much in just 3 years? Senior Bai swallowed nervously. Meanwhile, Shujieki was fixated on Yuan's face the moment she saw it. While she was surprised by his growth, she was even more shocked by something else. In the 3 years since Shujieki had last seen Yuan, he had grown noticeably more mature and handsome. Most striking, however, was that he now bore an uncanny resemblance to the founder of the Celestial Overlords, a similarity that was impossible to ignore. Although Shujieki had also noticed this before, she subconsciously ignored it, pretended like it was only her imagination. However, she could no longer ignore their resemblance. "Father," Shujieki muttered in a low voice, her eyes trembling with emotion. "What?" Senior Bai turned to look at her with raised eyebrows after hearing her mumbling. "Sorry for making you guys worry, but as you can see, I have returned," Yuan said to them. However, Shujieki acted like she didn't hear Yuan and approached him in a dazed manner. She placed a hand on his face and stared at it with intense concentration. "See, Celestial Overlord Shu?" Kellan tried calling out to her, but she ignored him. "Heaven-refining physique, your uncanny resemblance to him," Shujieki mumbled inwardly with a profound expression on her face, almost as if she'd realized something. Without looking away from Yuan, she suddenly said, "Leave us alone for a moment." Yes, noticing her serious tone, Senior Bai and Kellan didn't question her request and immediately left them alone. Even after they left, Shujieki proceeded to envelop Yuan and herself in a concealment formation and a sound-blocking formation. "What's the matter, Miss Shu?" Yuan asked her after seeing her actions. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Shujieki suddenly asked with a solemn face. "Yes, I do." "What do you know about reincarnation?" she then asked. "As long as their soul is preserved, everyone who dies will eventually reincarnate, but they won't retain the memories of their past life." Yuan gave a brief explanation. "That is the basics of reincarnation. But did you know that those with a powerful fate could reincarnate into someone who closely resembles their previous life? Some even regain fragments of memories and talents from those lives," Shujieki revealed. "For example, once a sword immortal with a powerful fate for the sword perishes, there is a good chance their second life is also fated to walk the path of the sword, becoming a sword immortal again. We call this phenomenon fateful reincarnation, and the people who have experienced this fateful reincarnation are called true reincarnators. Search the Novfire Edit website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Fateful Reincarnation. Yuan mumbled. "Don't be surprised to hear what I'm about to say, but I believe you are a true reincarnator who has experienced fateful reincarnation, and you were the founder of the Celestial Overlords in your previous life." Shujieki suddenly said, unaware that she'd perfectly struck the nail on its head. Before Yuan could even say anything, she continued, "The founder of the Celestial Overlords also had the heaven-refining physique, and your resemblance is uncanny. I'd be willing to wager my life that you're the founder's reincarnation." Yuan couldn't say anything, as he was absolutely bewildered that someone had actually managed to come to this conclusion. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. "Even if what you say is true, what should I do?" Shujaki pondered for a moment before responding. "Just continue doing what you normally do. Since you are a true reincarnator, your future has already been prophesied and your path has already been determined. While there is a chance that your future might change, it can only be affected by those who are aware of your identity as a true reincarnator. Hence why you must not reveal this information to anyone, not even to Kellan or Overlord Bai. Do you understand me?" "I understand." Yuan nodded in a dazed manner. True reincarnators are an exceptionally rare existence, and they typically only appear in the 9th heaven, where some of the most powerful individuals with powerful fates exist, hence why almost nobody is aware of their existence in the lower heavens. "Thank the heavens you've returned to us in our time of need. I can finally breathe properly for once." Sujiachi released a deep and profound sigh. Nobody but Shujaki herself could understand the waves of emotions affecting her heart at this moment, but she'd managed to control herself and maintain her dignified demeanor. Yet she was unable to prevent tears from forming in her eyes, causing her sight to become blurry. Yuan wondered if he should just tell Shujaki that he'd already begun recalling Tianying's memories, but decided to wait until he had enough memories before doing so. "She's already convinced that I'm Tianying's reincarnation, so there's no point telling her once I regain enough of Tianying's memories. I'll have a proper conversation with her." Sometime later, once Shujaki had full control again, she spoke. "I assume Kellan had told you about our situation before we showed up." Yuan nodded. "Yes, he told me about the Celestial Overlord's internal strife, and how the faction is essentially divided into 4 different factions." "Indeed. Now that I've confirmed you to be our founder's reincarnation, we definitely cannot allow the others to realize your existence, or things will get messy really fast, and they will definitely hunt you down before you can regain your memories or affect the faction." Shujiaki spoke in a solemn voice. "But worry not. I will protect you even at the cost of my life, just as you'd done for me in the past." A slight smile appeared on Shujiaki's face. Search the novel file. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels, early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1738, removed from the Celestial Overlords, and once you've become a true immortal, I will help you regain your previous position in the Celestial Overlords. Shujaki said originally she planned on uniting the Celestial Overlords by herself, but with Yuan's fateful reincarnation, she tossed all of her initial plans down the drain to help Yuan ascend the Celestial Overlords. She was confident that Yuan had reincarnated to help the Celestial Overlords. Sometime later, Shujiaki retrieved Yuan's Celestial Overlord symbol and rank, essentially removing him from the faction. "Don't worry, the ranks are meaningless to you who will ascend beyond the Celestial Overlords in the future," Shujiaki said to him. "I'm not worried, nor do I blame you for making this decision. As a matter of fact, I was going to ask you to temporarily remove me from the faction because of a certain incident." "What incident? Is this related to why Kellan asked me to speak with you?" Shujiaki frowned. Yuan nodded and said, "You understand the existence of people like me, players, right?" She nodded. "Of course. Then are you aware that we require the system to visit the 9 heavens? I don't have a full understanding of the system since we natives of the 9 heavens don't have anything like that. But I know it's something that assists the people from your world, these players in the 9 heavens. Yes, that's the gist of it. Anyway, without the system, we players cannot travel to the 9 heavens with our souls, and the Celestial Emperor has control of that system." After a slight pause, he continued, "The Celestial Emperor has blocked my access to the system, meaning I can no longer enter the 9 heavens." "He what?" Shujiaki roared as killing intent exploded from her being. "Let me finish. Search the eovolfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Yuan hastily continued, "However, due to a miracle, I was able to remain in the 9 heavens, but I am no longer able to log off, return to my world. I am basically stuck in the 9 heavens as a piece of my soul until I reach the 7th heaven and visit the Dragon Spiral Mountain there." "Do you know why the Celestial Emperor acted against you?" Shujaki asked. "If not, I will go to the Celestial Emperor and demand an answer, even if I must be forceful." "Please don't. And it most likely has something to do with my fateful reincarnation." Wait. Shujiaki's face suddenly became contemplative. "Now that I think about it, while Father would occasionally assist the Celestial Emperor with the faction, he never personally assisted the Celestial Emperor. He even refused to be associated with the Celestial Emperor to remain a neutral faction." Yoshiaki began recalling the finer details of her memories with Tian Yingzhe, who would never smile while in the presence of the Celestial Emperor, despite always smiling everywhere else. Did Father have some sort of grievance with the Celestial Emperor? Shujiaki wondered inwardly. Did the Celestial Emperor have something to do with Father's disappearance, death? If you speak to the Celestial Emperor, he would realize that I am still in the 9 heavens, and there is also the possibility that he has people in the Celestial Overlords working for him, Yuan said. "If you put it like that, I agree we shouldn't let the Celestial Emperor know. But will you be fine?" He nodded with a calm smile. "I will be fine. I just need to reach the 7th heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor. In any case, the Celestial Overlord's situation isn't good, so you should avoid confronting the Celestial Emperor for the time being." "All right. I will try my best to not affect your fate since I am now aware of your fateful reincarnation, but if I sense that you are in danger, I will act regardless of our opponent's identity or the costs," Shujiachi said with a stern look on her face. "Thank you." Yuan nodded with a warm smile. "By the way, how should I deal with the Celestial Overlord coming to recruit me?" "Do as you wish, but try to refuse without offending her. While she may belong to a different group, her group and my group are quite friendly toward each other, unlike the other 2 Celestial Overlords," Shujiaki explained. "If possible, I would like to get her on our side, which will help us in taking care of the rats." Yuan nodded. "I understand. I will try my best." Shujiaki suddenly lunged forward and embraced Yuan, pressing her soft breasts against his chest. They were so close that Yuan could feel her heartbeat. "Miss Shu?" "Call me Jackie when we are alone," she said firmly, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "All right, Jackie." Yuan returned her embrace. He could feel her body trembling slightly at his touch. After remaining in that position for several moments, Shujiaki released him and deactivated the formations. "You guys can come back," she said out loud. Kellen and Senior Bai instantly appeared before them. "I have temporarily removed Yuan from the faction, so nobody in the faction excluding the 3 of us knows of his relationship with us. I shouldn't need to say this, but if this information is leaked..." Shujiaki glared at Kellen as a warning to him. While she didn't think Kellen would betray them, she knew he had a big mouth and would occasionally say things he shouldn't or didn't mean to. "Don't worry, Celestial Overlord Shu. You can rest assured that I won't utter about Yuan to anyone. I'm really sorry things have escalated to this point, Yuan. I know you don't blame us, but I still want to offer my sincere apology," Senior Bai said to him. "We will definitely help you regain your rank once you return." Yuan chuckled and joked. "My rank will mean nothing if the faction goes to shit because of me. What are you going to do now that you're back in the 9 heavens?" Senior Bai then asked. "I will ascend," he responded with determination. Search thenovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1739, Celestial Overlord Chiang. Celestial Overlord Shu, I am going to bring his friends to my sect in the 7th heaven, and I am going to train them until Yuan makes his way there," Kelan said to Shujiaki after Yuan's matter was settled. She nodded. "I understand. I will help you with the arrangements." Kelan bowed to her. "Thank you. With someone powerful like Shujiaki helping him, their process would speed up greatly." "You will have about a week left with them," Kelan said to Yuan afterward. Senior Bai made a gesture with his hands. Moments later, a floating island with a large house approached them from a distance at the speed of sound, stopping right before them. "You can use this place as you wish until then," he said. "Thank you." Yuan nodded. Upon closer inspection, there was a beautiful still pond, and even a training ground on the island. "Then I will leave now to deal with your friend's matters. Don't forget about what we talked about," Shujiachi said to Yuan. He nodded. "I won't." Once Shujiachi and the others left, the demon-sealing faction gathered on the island. There, each member recalled their training experience with Kalen. Li Jinshi appeared at the myriad of techniques once her death cooldown ended. "You're really cruel, you know that?" Li Jinshi greeted Yuan with a frown on her face. Li Jinshi had been told of Yuan's situation by Mishu earlier when she first learned that the man from the upper heavens she'd lost to was actually Yuan. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm truly sorry for killing you. It was an accident." Yuan apologized to her with a sincere bow. Li Jinshi sighed. "I know, but that also means I was below your expectations, right?" Li Jinshi clenched her fist in anger. The thing that frustrated her the most wasn't her defeat, but realizing that despite all of her hard work, she was still miles behind Yuan, and there was a good chance the gap between them had even widened. "And to think I thought that I was actually catching up, how laughable," she sighed inwardly, feeling dejected. Seeing her expression, Yuan smiled and said, "You have surpassed my expectations in terms of growth, and you will become stronger at an even faster rate once you train in the upper heavens, where the resources are much more abundant. Let's postpone our real match with each other until then." Li Jinshi nodded with a resolute face. A few days later, Qilan returned to the myriad of techniques and said to Yuan, "Celestial Overlord Qing will arrive in the fourth heaven in a few hours. I have prepared a place for the two of you. All right, take me there." Yuan retrieved his mask and wore it before leaving the myriad of techniques with Qilan. Sometime later, as they arrived at their destination, Yuan raised an eyebrow at the unexpected location. "This is a wine restaurant," Yuan muttered as he saw the store. "Celestial Overlord Qing is a wine enthusiast. She will be able to cope with your rejection much better here," said Qilan. "I see." Yuan didn't say much and entered the restaurant with Qilan. It was completely empty inside, as Qilan had reserved the entire place for the entire day. Once inside, they sat at the lone table in the middle of the empty room. There were 2 chairs, indicating that Qilan had no plans of being there for the recruitment. "I'll be waiting outside," Qilan said. "So you really have no plan on participating?" Yuan asked. He shook his head and sighed. "I have no place to participate. Not only am I a mere commander, but Celestial Overlord Qiang is from a different group. My only job was to make sure you would be present before her arrival." "Good luck, and don't mess it up." "How could I mess it up?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "How would I know? You're as unpredictable as fate." Kellen shrugged before walking outside to wait for Celestial Overlord Qiang's arrival. Half an hour later, Kellen noticed a figure descending from the sky, landing before him. "Commander Kellen greets Celestial Overlord Qiang." Kellen respectfully bowed to the beautiful young lady standing before him. Celestial Overlord Qiang was a graceful young lady who appeared to be at the end of her adolescent years. She had an elegant presence, as if brought up in a prestigious and noble family. She was someone who could easily be mistaken as an innocent young lady who had been spoiled her entire life. Celestial Overlord Qiang acknowledged Qilan with a slight nod before turning to look inside the restaurant. An excited smile appeared on her face as she spoke. "Even though I am still outside, I can feel his tyrannical presence. Looks like you weren't exaggerating about his existence. If anything, I think you underestimated him." Unable to contain her excitement, Celestial Overlord Qiang walked inside the restaurant. Qilan remained standing outside, acting like a guard. The moment Yuan laid eyes on Celestial Overlord Qiang, he instinctively wondered if she was lost, as she lacked any noticeable presence. Celestial Overlord Qiang walked to the table and gave him an elegant bow. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Qiang Qingyun, one of 4 Celestial Overlords." Yuan stood up and bowed back. The pleasure is mine, Signor Chiang. My surname is Xiao. Forgive me for not revealing my face or full name due to family circumstances." Jiang Qingyun calmly dismissed his worries with a slow headshake. "It's okay, I'm aware of your situation. See the Novella Inn website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Please sit." She gestured at the chairs. Yuan nodded and sat back down. "So she is Celestial Overlord Chiang, huh? She's completely different from Sujiaki. If anything, she's the complete opposite," Yuan thought to himself as Chiang Qingyun sat down before him. "I'm sure Kalen already mentioned this to you, but I would like to personally invite you to join the Celestial Overlords." Chiang Qingyun went straight to the topic after sitting down, leaving no room for small talk. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com. Chapter 1740, Chiang Qingyun's Invitation. "This is a little sudden. Why do you wish to recruit me when you don't even know anything about me?" Yuan asked. He didn't want to outright reject Chiang Qingyun's invitation without having a conversation, as it would be incredibly rude and somewhat suspicious. Moreover, he wanted to befriend her if possible, as it would benefit Shu Jiaki and the Celestial Overlords. "We can get to know you better as a member. The most important thing to me right now is your potential, and from what I have heard, you're very gifted. Enough to shock Keelan, who has seen all sorts of geniuses. As for myself, I can tell from a glance that you hold extraordinary prowess inside your body. Even though you are trying to hide it, Surth, the Novellery website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If I don't hide it, I won't be able to go outside without terrifying those around me." Yuan shrugged. "I know how you feel, anyway. What is your answer?" Chiang Qingyun asked, seemingly impatient for an answer. "Honestly, while I have heard of the Celestial Overlords, I don't know much about them. Moreover, due to my family's circumstances, I will need special permission before I can associate myself with any organization. In that case, do you think I can have a word with your family? I will do my best to convince them to allow you to join our faction. Sorry, but my family prohibits sharing any information about them to outsiders, and that will continue even when I join the faction. If that is a deal-breaker, I'm afraid I will have to reject your invitation." "No, that is perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, we have plenty of members who come from hidden families, so we are very familiar with your boundaries." "Then what do you expect from me once I join?" Yuan asked. "Not much, honestly. You're pretty much free to do as you please, and we only ask that you prioritize the faction when we need your help for something. Though you are required to earn a certain amount of good karma every year, it's not much and won't take much of your time unless you wish to ascend the ranks. Furthermore, given your potential, I could even personally train you if you want. If I don't have what it takes, I know people who do." "That's quite a generous offer, Senior Chiang. I thought it was difficult to get into the Celestial Overlords." Chiang Qingyun chuckled and said, "It is. I am only giving you special attention because of your potential. I also need your power in the future." "Oh, can you elaborate on that?" Yuan's interest was piqued. "I shouldn't say this since you're not a member yet, but I also don't want you to feel like I tricked you. In any case, the Celestial Overlords are in a tough situation right now due to internal struggle between members, mostly those at the top of the ranking. Every Celestial Overlord has their own factions, and are trying to take control of the entire faction. I need your power to defeat the others. I appreciate you telling such sensitive information to a stranger like me, and I would like to ask, what do you plan on doing if you win?" Yuan asked. "You won't be a stranger if you join the faction," she chuckled before continuing. "Anyway, to answer your question," after a slight pause, she spoke with an awkward smile. "Honestly, I haven't thought that far yet." Yuan was speechless. "You probably think I am unreliable or irresponsible, but I can assure you that I am not like that right now. I am merely entirely focused on ensuring the other Celestial Overlords don't win, as that could spell the end for the faction." "The other Celestial Overlords? Why would the faction collapse if they win? They only care about power and authority. People like them will run any organization to the ground when given uncontested authority." I joined the Celestial Overlords because they saved my life in the past, and I will do anything to protect the faction. Is that so? Are the other Celestial Overlords that bad? I never knew. Yuan went along with her to see if she was telling the truth, or just wanted his assistance. Besides Celestial Overlord Shu, the other two are definitely bad apples. One is hungry for power, and the other is desperate for authority. As for Celestial Overlord Shu, I don't know about her. She's a very distant and cold individual. She won't speak unless necessary, however. That doesn't necessarily mean she's a bad person. I don't get a bad vibe from her. Perhaps that's why I don't dislike her. Qiang Qingyun appeared sincere when discussing her feelings for the Celestial Overlords, and her perspective on Shujiaki aligned perfectly with what Shujiaki herself had mentioned. Realizing this, Yuan's initial decision to reject her invitation suddenly began to change. If I join her group, I will not only be able to determine whether her feelings are real or fake, but I can even make moves within the Celestial Overlords without affecting Shujiaki and her faction. Moreover, if Qiang Qingyun turns out to be genuinely concerned for the faction, I can bring her to our side. Yuan decided to accept Qiang Qingyun's invitation, but he didn't hastily accept it just yet. I understand the Celestial Overlord's situation, as well as Senior Qiang's goals, but what can I do to help? He asked. Well, you just need to focus on growing stronger for now, since you are still too weak to do anything. If you need help, I, as well as those from my group, will do everything in our power to assist you. After all, it's been a very long time since we've had someone as talented as you join us, and whenever someone highly talented joins, it's typically Celestial Overlord Shu who recruited them. Qiang Qingyun sighed towards the end. All right, can you give me a few days to contact my family before I give you an answer? Yuan said. Of course. Take as much time as you need. Qiang Qingyun's face brightened after hearing his positive response. Chapter 1741. The First Players to Ascend to the Seventh Heaven. I shall wait for your response here, Qiang Qingyun said a moment later. All right? Yuan nodded. Their conversation ended there, and Qiang Qingyun waved goodbye as Yuan walked out of the restaurant. When Yuan left the restaurant, Keilan immediately looked at him with a questioning gaze. He wasn't aware of Yuan's plans or his conversation with Qiang Qingyun. However, the conversation ended a little too early for his comfort. Despite understanding Keilan's feelings, Yuan ignored him and left. Commander Keilan? Qiang Qingyun's voice resounded from inside the restaurant shortly after Yuan left. Keilan hastily entered to see Qiang Qingyun smiling from ear to ear. This caused Keilan's eyebrows to involuntarily raise. Why is she so happy when he rejected her invitation? He wondered inwardly. You've done an excellent job scouting such a talented individual. Although I wish to reward you, I don't want to create any misunderstandings since you belong to Celestial Overlord Shu's group. It's fine, and honestly, I intended for Celestial Overlord Shu to recruit him, but she refused, so there's nothing else I can do. You could have recruited him before I arrived. Why didn't you? Qiang Qingyun asked. Keilan sneered. And offend you, who has the second largest group in the faction? I'd rather not. There are plenty of talents out there anyway. We can miss one or two. I wouldn't be so sure about that. There may be many talented individuals out there, but there are rarely any monsters like him. Even 1,000 geniuses wouldn't be able to compare to him. You think so highly of him despite this being your first meeting with him? Why? Qiang Qingyun smiled and said, You're not the only one in the world who recognizes talent when they see it. That man, I have never seen anything like that before. I must get my hands on him no matter what. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with determination. While Qiang Qingyun waited for Yuan's return, she purchased and drank nearly the entire wine restaurant's stock. Yuan pretended to contact his family when, in reality, he was spending his time at the myriad of techniques with the others. Brother. A familiar figure greeted Yuan when he returned to the myriad of techniques. Yu Ru. A warm smile appeared on Yuan's face after seeing his little sister, Mix-Yu, had revealed Yuan's situation to Yu Ru. When Yu Ru learned of this, she cried like a baby. Fortunately, there were still ways for them to meet inside Cultivation online. Sorry, but I won't be able to visit you for a while. Yuan apologized to her. It's okay. It's not like you have a choice. Yu-Ru shook her head as she embraced him. However, I am worried about your body. I should be fine. With my cultivation, I can survive with just spiritual energy alone, and my body naturally absorbs them. Don't worry, Yu-Ru. I will check on Yuan's condition every week just to make sure his body is healthy. Wang Shuiying assured her. Thank you, Sister Shuiying. A few days later, it was time for the demon-sealing faction to ascend. However, since Kelan was busy accompanying Chiang Qingyun, Senior Bai went to the 4th heaven to escort them to the 7th heaven. Until next time, Yuan. Good luck, and don't slack on your training, Yuan said to them. Before they left, Yuan revealed his plan to accept Chiang Qingyun's invitation. Senior Bai was baffled at first, but after hearing Yuan's reasoning, he agreed with Yuan's decision, acting within the celestial overlords without affecting Lady Shu, huh? That's a great idea. I will let her know later, Senior Bai said. Once the demon-sealing members left with Senior Bai, only Yuan and Yu-Ru remained in the myriad of techniques. Soon, announcements began appearing for all of the players to see. Congratulations. Players Healer Wang, Li Jinshi, Chu Liuxiang, Meixiu, Sword Immortal Ming, Spear God Lang, Shadow Murong, Fluttering Zhao, and God of Fists Xiuqian have become the first players to ascend to 5th heaven. Surf the Novel Fire. New to website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Congratulations. Players Healer Wang, Li Jinshi, Chu Liuxiang, Meixiu, Sword Immortal Ming, Spear God Lang, Shadow Murong, Fluttering Zhao, and God of Fists Xiuqian have become the first players to ascend to 6th heaven. Congratulations. Players Healer Wang, Li Jinshi, Chu Liuxiang, Meixiu, Sword Immortal Ming, Spear God Lang, Shadow Murong, Fluttering Zhao, and God of Fists Xiuqian have become the first players to ascend to 7th heaven. These consecutive announcements left the entire world shocked and speechless. Wait a minute! I recognize their names. They belong to the demon-sealing faction. Some of the players quickly noticed this detail. They must have found a method to ascend quickly. Does this mean we also get to ascend up to the 7th heaven now? No, they didn't ascend through the stairway to heaven. Instead, they were escorted to the upper heavens by experts who already live there, just like when Thunder Emperor and Healer Wang became the first players to ascend to the spirit heaven after the mystic realm a few years ago. That's strange. How come player Yuan didn't ascend with them? Surely he wouldn't want to miss such an opportunity. The players were quick to notice Yuan's name was missing from the announcement. Didn't he also refuse to ascend the last time? He's probably going to challenge the stairway to heaven soon. The sooner, the better. I want to see what's in the 5th heaven. Yu-Ru left shortly after, returning to her own faction. As for Yuan, he made his way back to Kelan and Chiang Qingyun. Wow, what a smell! Even before Yuan stepped into the restaurant, a strong aroma of wine filled the air, assaulting his nose and eyes. Oh, welcome back. Have you spoken with your family? Chiang Qingyun placed the bottle of wine in her hand on the table and gestured for him to sit down. Yuan nodded and responded. Yes, and they have given me permission to join the Celestial Overlords, Chapter 1742, rejoining the Celestial Overlords. Really? You'll join the Celestial Overlords? Chiang Qingyun immediately became ecstatic, feeling like she was floating in the heavens from bliss. She had prepared to fight tooth and nail for Yuan, and she'd even prepared some treasures just in case. However, the recruitment had gone unexpectedly smoothly and without any hiccups. Before you celebrate, I have some conditions, Yuan suddenly said, halting her celebration. Chiang Qingyun became serious again and responded, What is it? As long as it's not unreasonable, we can definitely make it work. First of all, I do not want anyone investigating my background. I can assure you that nobody from my group will investigate your background, but I cannot guarantee you the other groups won't, as my control over them is limited. As a matter of fact, I can say for sure that they'll try to investigate you, especially as your reputation increases within the faction. However, I will still try my best to stop them if I find out." Yuan nodded. "That is good enough for me. I understand that it's impossible to stop people from being nosy, and being investigated is inevitable. My second condition is that you have to restrict access to my location. I am aware that high-ranking members have access to the location of other members." Yang Qingyun then responded, "I can definitely restrict certain ranks from accessing your location, but I cannot block everyone, such as other celestial overlords. As for my final condition, well, this isn't really a condition but a request. If other members from opposing groups were to cause trouble for me, I would like the authority to deal with them in an appropriate manner, regardless of their rank." Jiang Qingyun narrowed her eyes with a pondering face. "Can you elaborate on what you deem as appropriate?" she inquired a few seconds later. "For example, if someone plots or has the intent to harm or kill me, I will be able to harm or kill them depending on the situation. In other words, an eye for an eye." Yuan gave a brief but straightforward explanation. "I see. If a member attacks you without justification, you are already allowed to retaliate without needing my authority. However, please refrain from killing anyone if possible, as that would make things more complicated." "That's good. If that's all your conditions, I will give you the Celestial Overlord's symbol Now Seer the Novel, Fired New website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Yuan nodded and extended his arm. Not wanting to give Yuan another second to contemplate, Jiang Qingyun swiftly gave Yuan the symbol. "You are now an official member of the Celestial Overlords. Welcome aboard." Jiang Qingyun showed him a bright and satisfied smile. Yuan looked at the apprentice symbol on his hand and smiled. "Thank you for having me. To celebrate your acceptance, do you have any request? It's a rare opportunity to receive a Celestial Overlord's help, especially when they just joined the faction." "Can I save it for later?" Yuan asked. "Of course." Jiang Qingyun continued, "By the way, why did you come down to the lower heavens?" "I was sent down by my family to hunt down some fugitive as a trial of sorts." "Honestly, I don't really get it." "I see, so you're also here for that individual. But didn't you hear the Celestial Emperor has called off the search? Apparently that individual has been dealt with." "What, seriously? When did this happen?" Yuan asked with wide eyes. "A few days ago. Most have already returned to the upper heavens." Yuan laughed inwardly at this information, as this would make it easier for him to traverse the lower heavens without being noticed. "In that case, I'll roam around the lower heavens for a bit before returning home. It's a rare opportunity for me to venture into the outside world, much less the lower heavens." Sometime later, Jiang Qingyun said, "If you don't have anything for me, I will leave you alone now. Oh, here is a special present from me." Jiang Qingyun stepped forward and tapped Yuan on the forehead. "Absolute concealment learned. This technique will help you hide your presence better," she said. Sure enough, the moment Yuan activated the technique, the rest of the presence he couldn't hide disappeared magically. Although it wasn't as perfect as Yingzi's complete lack of presence, Yuan could easily be mistaken as an ordinary cultivator. If he hid his presence even further, one could even mistaken him as a mortal. "Thank you very much, Celestial Overlord Chiang." "You can call me Senior Sister Chiang? I'll give you special permission. I understand, Senior Sister Chiang. Good. Then I will return to the upper heavens now. If you ever need me, you can contact me using this communication jade slip." Jiang Qingyun handed Yuan a jade slip. Under normal circumstances, only overlords, and those closely connected to her would be given a communication jade slip that allows one to contact her directly. As of this moment, Yuan had direct access to 2 celestial overlords. This was something only a select few overlords could brag about. Before leaving, Jiang Qingyun made sure to grab a few more bottles of wine from the restaurant. Once, Jiang Qingyun had completely left, and her presence could no longer be sensed. Kelan approached Yuan with a deep frown on his face. "What is the meaning of this? Do you intend on betraying Celestial Overlord Shu?" he inquired. Yuan sighed. "Are you being serious?" He proceeded to explain his reasoning for accepting her invitation. "I have already spoken to Senior Bai about this, and he also agreed to it. I would have told you sooner, but you were busy. You're essentially using Celestial Overlord Chiang as a cover, and you're acting like a spy. If she realizes this," Kellen swallowed nervously when he couldn't even imagine her reaction, "then we better make sure she doesn't find out." Yuan calmly shrugged, leaving Kellen speechless. "Fuck, you're really something else." Kellen sighed in defeat. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality Chapter 1743-9 random players. Anyway, now that your friends have ascended and your situation with Celestial Overlord Kiang is over, it's time for me to leave as well. "Don't forget your promise," Killan said as he stared at Yuan. "What promise?" Yuan teased. "Our fight. We'll fight once you reach the 7th heaven and travel to the 9 heavens with your real body." "Ah, I remember now. I'll fight you as much as you want if you take care of my friends. If I find out that they had been mistreated in any way, I'll hold you accountable, understand?" Kalen swallowed nervously after sensing Yuan's serious gaze through his mask. "Relax. They have protection not only from me, but also from Overlord Bai and Celestial Overlord Shu. Nobody would be foolish to touch them, especially when they will be spending most of their time inside my sect." Yuan nodded. "Then I'll leave them in your care." Kalen left shortly after returning to the 7th heaven. Meanwhile, Yuan made his way to a secluded location. "Dong Ye." Yuan summoned him. However, there was no response. After waiting around and trying again a few more times, Yuan decided to give up speaking with Dong Ye and made his way to the stairway to heaven instead. At the stairway to heaven, Yuan noticed many players attempting to ascend. "I shall be the first player besides Player Yuan to ascend," a player boldly announced as he took his first step on the stairway leading to the gates. Yet 4 steps later, this player was forced to forfeit when he couldn't even lift his legs under the immense pressure. There were hundreds of players there, and most of them failed at the 6th step. A few managed to reach the 9th step, with a dozen players managing to reach the door. However, all of these players were tossed out a few minutes after entering the stairway to heaven. Eventually, Yuan decided to participate. Search the Bovelfire it website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Once it was his turn, he jumped onto the staircase and, without stopping, jumped to the next step until he reached all the way to the end. "Who is that masked person? Is he a player?" The players were shocked by how effortlessly Yuan had climbed the steps. "There's no way he's a player unless he's Player Yuan. No, he doesn't feel like a player at all." The players were quick to dismiss Yuan as a player, as there was something inherently different about him. Perhaps it was due to Shura's system, but the players subconsciously saw him in a negative light, almost as if they were natural enemies. Upon reaching the door, Yuan opened it and entered it. Once inside, a small figure emerged from the darkness and lowered their head before Yuan. "Welcome back, Master. It's been a while, Tiana? How have you been?" "The same as usual, I see. Anyway, I'm here to ask you some questions. Is there any way for me to ascend the stairway to heaven without alerting the Celestial Emperor? For example, every time I successfully ascend, a notification will be sent throughout the 9 heavens, and the other players will be able to ascend as well. Is there a way to avoid this?" Tianer swiftly responded, "The Celestial Emperor made it so that only players with the Rashara's system will trigger an announcement when they clear the stairway to heaven. As for Master, since Tianer cannot sense the system within you, there shouldn't be any announcements when you clear it." You know about the Rashara's system?" Yuan didn't expect this. "Of course, such information is necessary for Tianer to work with it." She nodded. "Then do you know about the Shura system?" Tianer calmly shook her head. "Then am I still considered a player?" Yuan then asked. Tianer stared at Yuan for a moment before nodding her head. "Master is still a player in Tianer's eyes. Thanks a lot for the information, Tianer." Yuan was relieved to learn that he would be able to ascend without worrying about alerting the Celestial Emperor. "Then I will be right back." Yuan exited the stairway to heaven. What? He got kicked out already? Ha 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 ha. He lasted even less time than the players. As the players laughed at him, Yuan spoke in a loud and clear voice. "I am willing to carry 9 players through the stairway to heaven. Raise your hand if you wish to come, in order to acquire the best rewards in the stairway to heaven." Yuan decided to increase the difficulty to the max by bringing as many people as he could. The entire place fell silent as the players stared at Yuan with wide eyes. "We can do that, being carried by an NPC, that is?" one of the players suddenly asked out loud. "I have never heard of this before." Despite their suspicions, many players there raised their hands. Seeing this, Yuan smiled and said, "There are too many people here, so let's do it like this. The 9 highest-paying players will get to ascend with me." "What?" The players began exchanging looks with each other. It didn't take long before the players started shouting their offers. However, even if every single one of these players handed their entire fortune to Yuan, it would still only be pocket change at best. In the end, Yuan ended up choosing 9 random players who hadn't made fun of him to mess with these players. "Fuck! Are you messing with us? Come down here and let's fight!" Yuan jumped from the door to the ground where the players were gathered. "I'm here, now what?" Yuan released a tiny fraction of his aura, which was more than enough to terrify these players. When nobody dared to move a moment later, Yuan said, "To those 9 of you who were chosen, grab a badge and follow me." These players hastily went to grab a badge from the dumbfounded individual working there and proceeded to follow Yuan up the staircase. Once all of the holes were filled, Yuan entered the stairway to heaven with the random players, Chapter 1744, Ascending to the 5th Heaven. Shortly before Yuan arrived at the stairway to heaven, he was stopped by Mei Li. "Hey, do you think I can challenge the stairway to heaven by myself?" Mei Li asked him. If that's what you want, go ahead. I have no real reason to stop you," Yuan responded. "Great, I have been wanting to challenge it ever since I heard about it. Hopefully it won't be too difficult with your talents and training with Kalen. I'm sure you'll be able to pass it with flying colors." After hearing that Mei Li wanted to challenge the stairway to heaven, Lan Yingying added, "I would also like to challenge the stairway to heaven. Since I chose to stay behind, instead of training under Keilan with the others, I need to make the most of every opportunity to train myself." "All right, then I'll go first. See you 2 later. Wait." Mei Li hastily stopped him. "What if one of us fails to ascend?" Yuan smiled and said, "Neither of you will fail. However, if you somehow fail to ascend, I still have a method to let you ascend." Mei Li nodded, feeling a little more relieved, knowing they wouldn't be stuck in the 4th heaven. "Now that I think about it, what about Yingzi? Since Yingzi didn't originate from the 9 heavens, would their laws affect her?" Yuan decided to figure it out later. Once Yuan was inside the stairway to heaven with the 9 random players, the players were teleported to the spectators' room. "Tiana, I have a question. I have someone who came from another world, a place outside of the 9 heavens. How will Stairway to Heaven work for her?" Tiana then spoke. "If you mean that being hidden within your shadow, she can ascend without needing to pass the trials. After all, the Stairway to Heaven is only meant for those born within the 9 heavens. Moreover, she is already powerful enough to exist within the Supreme Heaven. It'd be pointless to make someone like her take the trials." "Oh, you can sense Yingzi despite her lack of presence?" Yuan commented in a somewhat surprised tone. "Presence or not, Tiana can sense anything and everything that exists within the Stairway to Heaven. Nothing can hide from Tiana," she calmly stated. "For example, Tiana can sense the 3, technically 4 souls resting within Master's Dantian, as well as the 3 souls resting within your 3 soul weapons." Yuan stared at Tiana with wide eyes. "I know I created her, but damn, how terrifying," Yuan swallowed nervously as he thought to himself. "All right, I will begin the trial now. Also, I have 2 companions who will be challenging the Stairway to Heaven later. Just in case if they fail, I can still bring them to the 5th heaven, right?" Tiana nodded. "As the master of the Stairway to Heaven, you ultimately decide who can and cannot ascend." Tian'er has said this before, but Master can also ascend without needing to take the trials. Yuan nodded. Thanks, that's all I needed to know. We can begin the trial. Make sure to prevent those players in the spectators' room from seeing my trials. As you wish, Master. Tian'er disappeared into the void shortly later, and a staircase appeared before Yuan. Meanwhile, inside the spectators' room, the players were puzzled by their situation. Where are we? What happened to that NPC who promised to carry us? Due to the inherent difficulty of the trials, very few players even attempted to carry others through the stairway to heaven, as doing so only increased the challenge. Those who did try never reached the door, much less entered the stairway to heaven. In other words, aside from those previously carried by Yuan, no players were aware of the existence of the spectators' room. Did we get fooled by that NPC? What if we're trapped in here forever? One of the players made this assumption, his face filled with fear. What? If that's true, how the hell do we get out of here? This is an enclosed room with no exits. What if we have to kill ourselves to leave? Fuck. I shouldn't have trusted that damn NPC. Right as the players began panicking, a voice resounded. Calm down. You will all remain here until the one challenging the stairway to heaven is finished with their trial. Oh, wait, whose voice was that? When the players looked around and saw nobody, their bodies shivered in fear. A ghost. They all gathered in one corner of the room and cowered in fear. Meanwhile, Yuan began his first trial. When his location transformed, Yuan found himself inside a workshop with a hammer in his grasp. You have started your first trial in the stairway to heaven? Serre the Novel Fire. Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Craft a mythic grade treasure. You have 24 hours to finish the trial. Finish the trial in less than 12 hours, an hour to receive a reward. I need to craft a treasure, huh? But with what materials? He couldn't see any materials around, so he used divine sense to broaden his view. Outside his cave, Yuan noticed several powerful magical beasts roaming a vast wilderness, and they had a cultivation at the peak of Divine Grand Master. I see Yuan wasted no time, and immediately went to hunt down these magical beasts. With his current prowess, Yuan could easily kill them with less than half his strength. After defeating his first magical beast, its corpse turned into a material. Yuan grabbed the material before hunting the next target. In less than half an hour, Yuan hunted 50 magical beasts and returned to the cave. He spent a few minutes looking through the materials and several more minutes doing mental simulations. Once he was prepared, Yuan began crafting the treasure. Sometime later, you have crafted a mystic-grade treasure and successfully cleared the first trial. You have cleared the trial in less than 12 hours. A golden orb of light appeared from the treasure Yuan crafted and entered his body. The very next moment, Yuan regained a specific memory that once belonged to Tian Qiuan, and it was a piece of memory that he hadn't recovered yet. The location of Tian Qiuan's treasure vault. I remember now. Yuan smiled after recalling this memory. Chapter 1745, the location to Tian Qiuan's secret vault. Long before he was recognized as the god of creation, Tian Qiuan maintained a secret vault to store all his most precious materials and completed creations. Within this vault lay countless celestial-grade treasures that he had never revealed to the public, along with priceless materials so rare they could easily spark a bloody war. During Tian Qiuan's era, many speculated about the existence of such a treasure vault, though none could prove it. However, just before his mysterious disappearance, Tian Qiuan shocked the world by announcing that he had hidden his vault somewhere in the 9 heavens. He declared that whoever found it could claim every treasure within for themselves, sparking an uproar that rippled through the entire world, igniting a fevered hunt that continued to this very day. Countless blacksmiths and cultivators scoured every corner of the world in search of Tian Qiuan's treasure vault, yet none succeeded in uncovering its location. Tian Qian's treasure vault had become such a coveted legend that top organizations in the Nine Heavens, including the Celestial Emperor, offered generous rewards for any credible hints about its location. Unbeknownst to all who sought it, the location of Tian Qian's treasure vault had finally been uncovered by none other than Tian Qian himself. I am still quite far away from reaching it, but I'll definitely reclaim my treasures as soon as possible, Yuan mumbled to himself as he proceeded to the second trial. For the second trial, Yuan found himself standing beneath a clear night sky in the middle of what appeared to be a city. The streets were quiet, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, with shadows stretching across the empty buildings. You have started your second trial on the stairway to heaven. Assassinate the lord of this city within an hour. Assassinate the lord of the city, as well as all guards, within an hour to receive a reward. Assassination? This is a new type of trial, Yuan thought to himself as he used his divine sense to scout the entire city. He immediately noticed many mortals living inside the buildings, but they were all trembling in a corner for some reason. Seeing this phenomenon happening throughout the entire city caused Yuan to raise an eyebrow. Sometime later, Yuan turned his attention to the tall pagoda that stood out like a sore thumb. Even without needing to use divine sense, he could tell that his target was living inside the pagoda. This place feels very nostalgic, but whose memories does it belong to? Yuan wondered as he approached the pagoda. He had an hour to complete his trial, which was plenty of time. After all, his opponents were only at the peak of Divine Grandmaster, and none of them would be able to endure a single strike from him. Instead of completing the trial as fast as possible, Yuan decided to investigate the situation instead. He knocked on one of the doors, hoping to speak with the residents. However, there was no answer. Inside, the occupants began trembling even more at the sound of his knock, as if death itself were waiting outside their door. After trying a few more buildings without new results, Yuan decided to become more forceful. This may be an illusion, but it still feels bad to do this. Yuan sighed inwardly as he kicked down the doors. Sorry to bother you, but I need. Ah, please don't kill me. I have a sick mother who needs to be taken care of. She'd die without me, a young boy shouted after realizing an intruder had entered their home. Yuan looked at this young boy with raised eyebrows and said, Relax, kid. I am not here to claim your life, really. The boy slowly turned to look at him with a fearful expression. Yes, what would I gain from killing you? Okay, I'll believe you then. Can you tell me why everyone is hiding inside their home? I'm not from around here? The boy trembled just thinking about it. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke with great difficulty. The phantom assassin, Silent Reaper, has declared that he will take the life of our Lord, and anyone who dares to stand in his way will be killed as well. Phantom assassin? I have never heard of him. Yuan shook his head. What? There's no way. The phantom assassin is renowned throughout the Nine Heavens. You should have heard of him no matter where you're from. The boy exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. I've come from a really far-away place, and I lived most of my life in seclusion, so I am not privy to such information. Yuan shrugged. After a moment of silence, the boy explained, The phantom assassin is both a judge and an executioner. Once he sentences someone to death, nobody could stop him, not even the Celestial Emperor, I see. Then why did this phantom assassin sentence the lord of this city to death? I am not too sure. They say the phantom assassin only executes those who deserve it. But who really knows? The boy sighed. Anyway, big brother, you should leave this place as soon as possible. It'd be disastrous if you encounter the phantom assassin and he mistakes you as an enemy. Yuan scrambled his hair and teased, Are you sure you have the luxury to worry about me? You were just shivering in a corner not too long ago. The boy began blushing. All right, I'll stop bothering you now. And don't worry, the phantom assassin won't target you if you don't block his path. After saying goodbye to the boy, Yuan left the house and turned to look at the pagoda in the distance. Phantom assassin, huh? What a nickname. Yuan chuckled as he stomped the ground, shooting himself off the ground and soaring toward the pagoda. Bang! Yuan flew directly to the top floor, smashing through the wall as he entered the pagoda. Inside, a fat, middle-aged man stood surrounded by a dozen guards, their expressions filled with shock and terror. You must be the phantom assassin. Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do wrong?" The middle-aged man began shouting at him. Yuan looked at him and responded, "Good question. Why don't you tell me what you're thinking? How did you get into this situation? I really don't know. You're the one who sentenced me to death." "How could I possibly know what you're thinking?" the man exclaimed. "Is that so?" Yuan's arm suddenly began gushing with chaotic-enhanced sword aura, and before the guards could even act, his arm flickered, disappearing for a split second. In the very next instant, half of the guards in the room fell to the ground after being decapitated, their heads spinning in the air. Heavens! The middle-aged man fell to his buttocks and soiled his pants in the process. One last chance. Tell me what you know, and I just might spare you. The middle-aged man hastily got to his knees and began begging. "I took advantage of my position as the lord of this city and abused the citizens. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I swear I will change." Sha Yuan's arm suddenly flickered again, and the rest of the guards were killed before they even realized what had happened. "Do you take me for a fool?" Yuan narrowed his gaze at the man as he revealed his immense killing intent. "Ah!" the man cried out loud. "Oh, okay, I am a demon worshipper." "A demon worshipper, huh? Is this life related to the divine paragon, or—" Yuan wondered inwardly. "Tell me more," Yuan said to him. "Thanks to the demon cult's teachings, I have acquired a technique that greatly boosts my cultivation speed and overall prowess, allowing me to fight those above my own cultivation. However, this technique requires a tremendous number of sacrifices." What a vile being! While worshipping demons itself isn't a crime the moment you lay a finger on innocent people. "Please, I was tricked and brainwashed by the demon cult. You have to believe," before the man could even finish his sentence. Yuan swung his arm. "You have killed the Lord within an hour and successfully cleared the second trial. You have killed the Lord and all of his guards within an hour." A golden orb of light appeared from the fat man's corpse, entering Yuan's body. As Yuan absorbed the orb of light, memories began flowing into him. These memories belonged to Tian Kai, the god of music. Yuan was surprised after seeing who these memories belonged to. He couldn't fathom how Tian Kai, initially thought to be the god of music and the mentor to the Zither goddess, could also be the infamous phantom assassin, a figure whose very name sent shockwaves of terror throughout the 9 heavens. See the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Unfortunately, he'd only regained a small portion of Tian Kai's memories as the phantom assassin, so he still lacked the information to finish the puzzle. Tian Kai. Just what kind of life did he live? Chapter 1746, Arriving at the 5th Heaven. You have started your last trial in the stairway to heaven. As the scenery shifted, Yuan found himself standing under a clear blue sky on a vast, empty circular platform that resembled a stage. The area was expansive and open, with no obstacles in sight, as if it were designed specifically for a performance or a duel. Survive for an hour. Survive your opponent for an hour and kill it to receive a reward. A red-skinned figure materialized several hundred meters away from Yuan. With a height of at least 9 feet, the figure had 6 black horns atop its head and 4 muscular arms, each gripping a weapon seemingly forged from solidified blood. Its presence radiated a fierce, ominous energy that would terrify even immortals. This entity was obviously a demon, most likely at the rank of demon general, since Yuan couldn't see its demon crystal, and it had the impressive cultivation of divine lord. "A human?" the demon roared, its voice so powerful that it made the very air tremble. "A demon, huh? Perfect. I have been wanting to test out my demon-sealing aura while enhanced by chaotic essence." Yuan smiled at the sight of this demon. However, he had to survive. Keep it alive for an hour before he could kill it. "Allow me to consume your flesh and blood?" The demon laughed out loud as it pounced at Yuan like a tiger. Yuan didn't even bother moving and stood in place as the demon began slashing at him with its weapons. "Are you so terrified that you cannot even move? Pathetic!" The demon mocked with a devious smile, but its expression abruptly stiffened when it realized it could not scratch Yuan's skin, let alone damage him. "We've got an hour, so do your best," Yuan said as he lay on the ground and closed his eyes to sleep. See the Novler.net website on Google to access chapters of novels, early and in the highest quality. Although its skin was already red, the demon's face seemed to flush an even deeper shade as it erupted in fury, its eyes blazing with rage. The demon proceeded to throw its weapons away and bombarded Yuan with techniques instead, yet Yuan remained still and undisturbed. The demon could even hear Yuan snoring a bit, almost as if he were in a deep and comfortable sleep. This caused the demon to snap, forcing it to use its own life to enhance its prowess. Yuan opened his eyes to look at the demon, whose aura suddenly changed drastically. Although demons are essentially immortal and can live for millions of years without any external energy source due to their demon crystal, they could sacrifice the power of their demon crystal for a tremendous boost in power. Once a demon uses this forbidden technique, death is inevitable shortly afterward, which is why demons rarely resort to it, even when facing death. Additionally, the act is considered shameful, something only the lowest of low demons would even consider doing. After destroying its own demon crystal, the demon's cultivation soared to the peak of Divine Emperor, and its attack became capable of damaging Yuan. However, even with its enhanced power and increased strength, the demon's attacks could only manage to scratch the outer layer of Yuan's skin. That's not good. At this rate, you'll die before an hour passes. Seeing this, Yuan stood up and extended a single finger, channeling his demon-sealing aura into the tip. As he touched the demon and poured demon-sealing aura into it, the red creature instantly turned to stone. However, since the demon was only sealed and technically still alive, the trial remained uncleared. The demon, even in its sealed state, would still perish due to the forbidden technique it had invoked. However, the sealing slightly prolonged its inevitable death, delaying its final moments just enough for Yuan to clear the trial. An hour later, Yuan unsealed the demon. He then infused his chaotic essence with his demon-sealing aura. What is that demon-sealing aura? I've never seen or heard of anything like it." The demon sensed a profound feeling of dread from Yuan's upgraded demon-sealing aura, which sent chills through its entire being. A terrified expression appeared on the demon's face, and without thinking, it instinctively turned around and ran away. However, before it could get far, its body began to disintegrate, breaking apart bit by bit, as the effects of the forbidden technique took their final toll. You have survived an hour and successfully passed the trial. You have survived an hour and killed the demon. What a pity, I didn't even get to test out my chaotic demon-sealing aura. Yuan shook his head as he acquired some more of the Divine Paragon's memories. "Congratulations on clearing the stairway to heaven, Master." Tian'er appeared shortly after. Yuan then inquired, "Since I no longer have access to Rashara's system, the other players won't be able to ascend to the fifth heaven even after I cleared it, correct?" Tian'er nodded and said, "Master is a player, but also not a player simultaneously. The stairway to heaven will only open to the other players if someone with Rashara's system clears it. Since there's Rashara's system and Shura's system, can I assume there are other systems out there? Do you know anything about that?" "No, Tian'er is only aware of Rashara's system," she said. "I see, thanks. Then I'll see you later." Sometime later, Yuan and the 9 players he carried were transported to the fifth heaven. After emerging from the stairway to heaven, Yuan looked at the sky to see if there were any announcements. A few moments later, when he didn't see anything, Yuan smiled behind his mask, turned to the 9 dazed players, and said, "Good luck." He left before any of the players could ask questions, but he didn't go too far as he still had to wait for Shi Meili and Lan Yingying. We actually got carried by an NPC and made it to the fifth heaven. Since there's no announcement, it's safe to assume he wasn't a player. Ha ha ha. That means we're the only players in the fifth heaven at this moment. This is huge. These players logged off shortly after to share their experience on the internet with the rest of the world. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1447, Second Ancient Seal. I was carried to the fifth heaven by an NPC. We somehow reached the fifth heaven. 9 players were carried to the fifth heaven by a mysterious NPC. Such titles quickly reached the first page of the biggest forum on all Cultivation Online things related, shocking the players who saw them. Sears the Novelfire website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I didn't know we could use NPCs in such a fashion. How can we be certain that individual was an NPC and not a player? If it had been a player, the fifth heaven would have been accessible to the rest of the player base once cleared. Given how difficult the trials are, there's no way a player could have carried 9 people through the stairway to heaven. Player Yuan might have the capability to do so. The 9 players who had been carried by Yuan quickly became the center of attention, attracting a flurry of interviews and offers from top factions and influential families eager to purchase information about the fifth heaven. Looks like he successfully reached the fifth heaven. Wang Shuiying smiled after seeing the news. Meanwhile, Shimeli was the next to challenge the stairway to heaven. After training with Kalon for 3 years, she increased her cultivation to the peak of Divine Warrior, allowing her to breeze through the stairway to heaven. Defeat 100 opponents. A nonchalant voice resounded as Shimeli entered her final trial. Soon, 100 peak spirit enlightenment cultivators appeared to hunt her together. Is this what it felt like being hunted by humans back in the day? Shimeli wondered inwardly as she swiftly defeated the cultivators one by one. After defeating all 100 cultivators, Shimeli passed the trial and ascended to the fifth heaven. Congratulations! Yuan appeared before her with a smile on his face shortly after she entered the fifth heaven. It was really fun and not too difficult, she said with a prideful look on her face. In that case, I assume you'll also want to climb to the other realms by yourself. Shimeli nodded. Yes, it's a great method of training. They proceeded to wait for Lan Yingying. Defeat your opponent within 30 minutes. Lan Yingying had to face an opponent at the peak of spirit enlightenment while being at the same cultivation herself. Not even 5 minutes later, Lan Yingying proceeded to the second trial. Survive for 15 minutes. The sky started raining down swords a moment later. Some time later, Lan Yingying also passed all of her trials and entered the fifth heaven. Shimeli and Yuan appeared to congratulate her shortly afterward. My trials were quite simple when compared to your trials. My expectations were affected by your experience. Lan Yingying said to Yuan, unlike Yuan, who receives detailed and unique trials, everyone else faces straightforward tests that primarily assess their combat prowess and other skills relevant to the cultivation world. What are your plans now? Shimeli asked. Straight to the sixth heaven? We can give it a try. Yuan nodded. However, just as Yuan made this decision, he noticed a shift in the space around them. Dong Ye, Yuan muttered. Oh, you actually noticed me? Dong Ye appeared the next moment with a surprised expression on his face. After acquiring an understanding of the power of the void, Yuan could instinctively sense someone using it around him, and Dong Ye just happened to be an expert in the power of the void. Is this how you get around without people noticing you? Because of the power of the void? Yuan inquired. He nodded. Yes, and not to brag, but not many can match my understanding of the power of the void in the 9 heavens. Is that so? Anyway, did something happen? I tried calling you before, but you didn't respond. Now, you appear out of nowhere. Yuan then asked. Dong Yi rubbed his eyes and sighed. Let's just say that the Celestial Emperor has increased his efforts to find me. I think something has happened, but I am not sure of the details just yet. Hearing this, Yuan revealed, it might have something to do with me. The Celestial Emperor is now aware of my identity. What? How did that happen? Are you aware of the system used by the players? Dong Ye nodded. I am aware of its existence and abilities to some extent. Good. Then you should grasp the situation easily. Yuan proceeded to explain his situation about how the Celestial Emperor removed his access to Cultivation Online to prevent him from entering the 9 heavens. "I see in that case we should also begin our arrangements," Dong Ye muttered in a low voice after learning of the situation. "What arrangements?" Yuan asked. "Ah, it's something prepared by your incarnations. I won't go into specifics since it might affect your fate." Yuan had never fully understood Dong Ye's reluctance to share details about his past lives, despite his loyalty and the fact that it had been a direct order from his incarnations. However, after learning about fateful reincarnations from Su Jiaqi, everything finally made sense. Knowing Yuan's identity as a true reincarnator, Dong Ye had to be exceptionally cautious with the information and assistance he provided so that he would not interfere with Yuan's fate in unintended ways. "Because of that, I will have to leave for a bit, so I won't be able to watch over your friends for the time being," Dong Ye continued. Yuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, my friends are currently training with someone trustworthy in the 7th heaven. But there will be someone to assist you while I am away. They were handpicked by me after a rigorous screening," said Dong Ye. "Are they aware of my identity?" Yuan asked. "They are aware of your identity as the evil god's reincarnation, but that's the extent of their knowledge. Don't worry, they're very reliable and trustworthy. I'll take your word for it." Yuan nodded. "One more thing before I leave. I have found the identity of the 2nd ancient seal holder. They are currently in the 5th heaven, and he is the Dragon King of the Shen family." "Dragon King of the Shen family?" Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing this familiar name. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, Chapter 1748, Shadow Army Rank Structure. Yes, it is exactly that Dragon King. Dong Yi confirmed, almost as if he could read Yuan's mind in order to protect your identity from the Celestial Emperor. "I had his memories, as well as everyone else involved with you, erased," he explained. Yuan's eyes widened. "So they don't remember our interactions during my previous visit?" Yuan asked for confirmation. "No. They still remember, however. They won't be able to remember your face and the conversations you had, much like how people only have vague memories of their dreams after waking up," Dong Ye explained. "However, if they see you again, there's a chance for them to recall everything." "I see. In any case, I won't be going there as Yuan, so they won't remember." Dong Ye nodded. "Then, until next time, my liege." Dong Ye bowed to Yuan before disappearing into Thin Air Seer Tho Edaval Fire Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Shortly after Dong Ye disappeared, Yuan noticed 2 unfamiliar presences appearing near him. "Are you the one sent by Dong Ye?" Yuan muttered out loud. The next moment, 2 figures appeared before Yuan, one knee touching the ground and their heads already lowered. "We greet the Lord. Introduce yourselves." The first individual, a handsome young man with a tall, robust frame, tanned skin, and striking red eyes, spoke respectfully. "This loyal subject is called Yang. Although I am only a Shadow Reaper, I will do my utmost to support the Lord's every need." Then the other individual, a beautiful young woman with a tall, slender frame, similarly tanned skin, and red eyes, spoke with a tone of reverence. "This loyal subject is called Yin, also a Shadow Reaper. I exist solely to serve the Lord and support his ambitions." "Yin and Yang? Huh? Are you siblings?" Yuan then asked. "Yes, we are twins," they responded simultaneously. "Then can you tell me about the Shadow Army? What does it mean to be a Shadow Reaper?" Yang responded first. "There exists 5 ranks within the Shadow Army, each with a unique purpose. The first and lowest rank is Shadow Scout. They specialize in scouting and information gathering. The majority of the Shadow Army are Shadow Scouts," Yin continued. "The second rank is Shadow Reaper. We specialize in tracking and assassination, but we are just as well versed in information gathering as Shadow Scouts, if not better." Yang spoke again. "Shadow Enforcer is the next rank. They are a special unit that specializes in completing high-risk missions." Yin then said, "Shadow Commanders are in charge of training and overseeing the Shadows." There are only 3 Shadow Commanders in the Shadow Army. The last rank is Shadow Sovereign, reserved for a single person. Master Dong, finished Yang. How many members does the Shadow Army have? Yuan asked a moment later. We apologize, but we cannot answer that question. However, it's not because you lack the authority, we just don't know the answer. Only Shadow Commanders and Master Dong know the exact number, so you'll have to ask one of them. Yin and Yang spoke perfectly in sync, almost as if they shared the same mind. All right. In any case, I don't really need any assistance for now, Yuan said a moment later. If you ever need us, summon us with this. Yang handed him a black and white jade slip shaped like a yin-yang symbol. We'll always be nearby waiting for your orders, Yin added. Please excuse us. They disappeared at the same time shortly after. That was something Ji Meli muttered with a somewhat dumbfounded look on her face. As a princess who grew up with a small army, she couldn't help but admire just how faithful and loyal the Shadow Army appeared. Even the most loyal soldier in our family wouldn't look at father the way those 2 looked at Yuan, and they just met today. She sighed inwardly. Now then, before we head to the Shen family to receive the 2nd ancient seal, I should fill you in on the situation and my plan. Yuan proceeded to explain the purpose of the ancient seal and his reason for gathering them, detailing its importance. He then shared his plan to acquire the seal. Fortunately, the Shen family are dragons, so we should have an easier time acquiring their ancient seal with your identity. My identity? Wouldn't it be better to use your identity? When you transform, you emit a presence stronger than even my father, she inquired with a puzzled face. Yes, but there exists a dragon family in the supreme heaven with the same surname as your Shi family, and they have quite the authority. Who knows? There's even a chance you're related to them. What? That's not possible. I mean, my father had never mentioned anything about a family outside the ancient dragon city before. As far as I'm aware, we're the only remaining Shi family left. I guess we'll find out once we reach the 9th heaven. Anyway, let me tell you how we'll go about it. Sometime later, they began making their way toward the Shen family. Meanwhile, at the fairy paradise where Yuan once spent some time imprisoned, a beautiful woman stood before the fairy empress. How long has it been since you visited us? You should visit more often. We all miss you very much, Sister Song-Yun. The fairy empress showed a warm smile to Tan Song-Yun, who had spent the last 3 years chasing after Yuan. Sorry, but I've been very busy in the 6th heaven, Tan Song-Yun said. Are you still trying to find the bastard who broke your heart? Have you found any leads yet? Tan Song-Yun nodded and spoke with a serious expression. Yes, I found a lead, and I believe he visited this place about 3 years ago. What? The fairy empress' eyes widened with shock after hearing this. I learned that he visited my immortal cave in the lower heavens and came here by accident after triggering my teleport formation. 3 years ago. Fairy Empress wore a perplexed expression on her face after realizing who Tan Song-Yun was talking about Chapter 1749, visiting the royal dragon family again. I remember the man who entered the fairy paradise a little over 3 years ago. However, I don't think he's the person you're looking for. Fairy Empress shook her head. What? Why do you say that? Tan Song-Yun asked with a puzzled frown on her face. The man you're looking for is a human, right? Fairy Empress asked for confirmation. Tan Song-Yun nodded with raised eyebrows. He is, as far as I am aware. Then it's impossible for the man who visited the fairy paradise 3 years ago to be that man. After all, the man who visited us was a dragon emperor, said Fairy Empress. A dragon emperor? Impossible, Tan Song-Yun exclaimed, outright refusing to believe this information. He must have somehow tricked you. There's no way he's a dragon emperor. I'm willing to bet my life on this claim. But can you describe his appearance to me, just in case? Fairy Empress shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, I don't remember. I had my memories stolen by some fugitive. So my memories of that dragon emperor are gone. I only remember that he had showed up at the fairy paradise. What? Why would anyone want to steal your memories? And how many memories did you lose? Tan Song-Yun was baffled by this news. That's the strange part. That fugitive only stole memories of that dragon emperor, such as his appearance and our conversations. Besides that, I have all of my memories. I was even interrogated by Heaven's mandate because of that incident."
"Heaven's mandate? They only deal with the most dangerous and wanted fugitives in the 9 heavens."
"I'm surprised you managed to survive an encounter with someone like that. In any case, you don't remember anything about this dragon emperor, right?" Fairy Empress sighed, sorry. However, the royal dragon family may know something about him, since that's where he went after leaving the fairy paradise. The royal dragon family? The only royal dragon family in the 5th heaven should be the Shen family, Tan Songyun muttered. "It's exactly that Shen family." Fairy Empress confirmed. "Okay, I will give them a visit. Sister Songyun, before you leave, do you think you can play a song on your zither? I have been longing to hear it again for years now." Fairy Empress suddenly asked, "That's?" Tan Songyun wore a hesitant expression on her face. "Sorry, but I'm still reminded of him when I play the zither." Tan Songyun shook her head. Sometime later, Tan Songyun left the fairy paradise to make her way toward the Shen family. At the same time, Yuan and Ji Meili had just arrived at the Shen family, both of them wearing masks to hide their identity. When the guard at the gate noticed their suspicious appearance, they were immediately told to halt. "Stop right there and identify yourselves." They stopped moving, and after a moment of silence, Ji Meili unleashed her aura, causing her dragon scent to spread quickly. "I am from the Ji family, and I am here with my mentor, who is a dragon emperor. We'd need to speak with the Dragon King as soon as possible." "The Ji family and the dragon emperor?" The guard fell on his buttocks after hearing this. Please wait a moment." The guard hastily rushed inside to notify the Dragon King. "What? The Ji family and the Dragon Emperor? Together? That's impossible." Just as the Dragon King uttered these words, an overwhelming presence suddenly enveloped the entire Shen family, causing everyone to tremble in fear and awe. What an unfathomable presence! My bloodline is screaming for me to bow down. This must be the Dragon Emperor's presence. Realizing this, the Dragon King wasted no time rushing outside, with the rest of the Shen family following suit. The Shen family greets the Ji family and the Dragon Emperor. Ji Meili stepped forward and said, "My surname is Shi. Are you the Dragon King?" she asked. "Yes, this humble one is the 5th Heaven's Dragon King, Shen Guang Yao." Ji Meili nodded and spoke. "We apologize for the sudden intrusion, but we have an urgent matter that requires your attention and cooperation." "Please, you're more than welcome to intrude on us whenever you wish," the Dragon King said, his tone with apparent reverence. "Moreover, we could never be bothered by your presence, in fact. We are humbled to be graced by such a noble presence." He spoke as though he were nothing more than a lowly servant. Shmili then said, "We would also like to apologize for not revealing our faces, as we do not wish to reveal our identity. However, we're more than willing to prove our identities if you need." "No, that won't be necessary. We already have more than enough proof." Dragon King's eyes shifted to Yuan as he spoke. Even though Yuan had already withdrawn his presence, revealing it only for a split second, the Dragon King could still feel it as vividly as if it were still active and enveloping the entire place. "Please follow me," Dragon King said to them a moment later. Search, the Novellerand website on Google, to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As Yuan and Ji Meili followed the Dragon King inside, Yuan subconsciously glanced at a beautiful young lady in the crowd. She was Shen Shi, who had brought him out of the fairy paradise during his previous visit. Shen Shi noticed Yuan's gaze, but she didn't dare to say anything and merely acknowledged him with a silent nod. Once inside the building, the Dragon King brought Yuan and Ji Meili to a private room. "Please wait a moment for the tea." "It's fine," Ji Meili interrupted. "If you say so." The Dragon King closed the doors and sat across from them. "So, what brought Lady Shi and His Majesty to the 5th heaven?" "I will get straight to the point. It's about the ancient seal in your possession," Ji Meili said in a solemn tone. Ancient seal?" The Dragon King's eyes widened. "You don't need to pretend. We know it's in your possession, Shi-Mei quickly said. No, I am not pretending. I was just surprised, I see. So this is about the ancient seal, he muttered in a low voice. Chapter 1750. Visiting the Royal Dragon Family Again. 2. What's going on? Why are the ancient seals an issue? The Dragon King inquired. X.I. responded, We have credible intel of a traitor amongst the ancient seal holders. What? A traitor? The Dragon King's eyes widened with shock and disbelief. X.I. continued, This traitor is trying to open the primordial realm for some reason. We don't know the reason for now, but we are trying to stop it from happening. You don't tell me you are here today because the Shi family thinks the Shen family, are traitors? The Dragon King stood up with a terrified look on his face. For most dragon families in the 9 heavens, the Shi family's status was as high as the heavens, owing to their direct lineage to the dragon ancestor. The Shi family wielded enough power to completely erase the Shen family from existence in the 9 heavens, and no one would be able to stop them or hold them accountable. Please, there must have been a misunderstanding. Our Shen family would never engage in such blasphemy. The Dragon King looked as if his entire bloodline had just been sentenced to death. Calm down. We are not suspecting your family yet. We came here to investigate. That's all. The Dragon King released a deep sigh of relief before sitting back down. I apologize for that just now. However, I can confidently say that our Shen family would never betray the Shi family or abandon our duty to protect the ancient seal. Words are, in the end, just words, Yuan spoke in a calm voice, but it sounded as loud and powerful as thunder. Search the Novel Hironet website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. How can we prove our innocence? The Dragon King inquired with a worried frown. There's really nothing for you to prove at the moment, however. We will need to confiscate your ancient seal until we figure out the traitor, said Shi-Mei. Unless you no longer have it with you?
I have it. I don't have it on hand since I stored it in a secret vault, but I can get it for you within 2 days. All right. If you run away or do anything suspicious during this time, we will immediately consider you the traitor and sentence the Shen family to execution. Shi-Mei spoke. I would never dare, the Dragon King trembled in fear. Then I will immediately bring it back right now. If you need anything while I am away, you can speak to the elders. The Dragon King bowed to them before leaving the room. Before he left the Shen family to acquire the ancient seal, he had to notify the entire family of the situation. Nobody is to leave the family's premises until I return. If you cause any misunderstandings or offend our esteemed guests, our entire Shen family could be executed. The Dragon King gave his family a grim warning before leaving. Your presence is really effective. Even I was affected by it when you revealed it. Shi-Mei chuckled once they were alone. Yuan sighed. I feel bad doing this to the Shen family, but it's better than threatening them or causing them unnecessary harm. This also makes me wonder if the other 2 ancient seal holders are dragons. The last 2 ancient seal holders were both of dragon bloodlines. I guess we'll find out when we visit the next holder. Ji-Mei commented. Sometime later, someone knocked on the door to Yuan and Ji-Mei's room. Enter, Ji-Mei said. The door opened and a beautiful young lady walked inside. My name is Shen Shi, the Dragon King's daughter. I was just wondering if there's anything I could do to assist you, she said as she respectfully bowed to them. We don't. Why don't you tell us a little about the Shen family? Yuan suddenly interrupted Ji-Mei. Shen Shi nodded, approached the couch before them and asked, May I? Go ahead, make yourself comfortable. Yuan nodded. Once she was seated, Shen Shi asked, What would you like to know about our Shen family? You can tell us a little about your background. For example, how long have you lived in the 5th heaven? Our family's been living in the 5th heaven for as long as its history. But we're only a branch family. The main Shen family lives in the supreme heavens. But I'm sure you already know that. Yuan shook his head and said, I may be the Dragon Emperor, but I don't know every single family out there. If you don't mind me asking, what's it like being a Dragon Emperor? I met one before, but I don't remember our conversations.
Shen Shi then said, You met a dragon emperor before? Why wouldn't you remember such a significant event? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner, pretending to know nothing. It's a bit complicated, but my memories, as well as several other family members, had been stolen by a fugitive. I think that Dragon Emperor had something to do with it, but I cannot be sure. A fugitive who steals memories, huh? I only know of one individual who is famous for that, and he's a real nasty individual. Yuan chuckled inwardly as he said these words. Anyway, life as a Dragon Emperor is pretty simple, at least for me. If I'm not managing my people, I go around dealing with issues such as this one. The ancient seals, right? I cannot fathom why anyone would want to open the primordial realm. There's a good reason why it's sealed in the first place. If the criminals inside were to be set loose, the 9 heavens would quickly go to hell. Don't worry. We will ensure that such a thing won't happen, Shi Mei said. Thank you for your hard work, Lady Shi. I know I should be the one entertaining you, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions? I'm very interested in the Z family, which is said to be the closest to the dragon ancestor in terms of bloodline. Shen Shi looked at her with passionate eyes. Chapter 1751, Embroidery. You want to know about the Xi family? It'll have to depend on your questions, since some information cannot be disclosed, Jimei said. Shen Shi nodded and asked, Then can you tell me what life is like in the Xi family for you? Life is boring. Jimei sighed. As a princess from a royal family yourself, you should know what I mean. We spend most of our time studying and cultivating long before we even learn to run, and there's always a certain level of expectations for our every action. There are a lot of things that I wish to do but cannot do solely because of my background. It's a little suffocating at times, if I have to be honest. Shen Shi's eyes flickered with emotion after hearing her own experience and feelings from Shi Mei's mouth. I understand, she said, and I'm sure it's a lot worse for you, who is from the supreme heaven. I cannot even begin to fathom your hardships. Well, I'm used to it by now. Then what do you typically do when you're not studying or cultivating? I go out to do missions such as this one for my family, which might be the only thing keeping me sane. Every time I leave home, it's like visiting a new world. Do you have any hobbies that you do when you're free? Shen Shi continued to ask. Don't make fun of me for saying this, but I enjoy making things such as sewing or embroidery. Wow, you know embroidery? That's amazing. Jimei chuckled. I can make something simple for you while we wait for your father's return. We have plenty of time after all. Really? Please do. Shen Shi nodded enthusiastically. Jimei proceeded to retrieve a piece of white cloth, a thread, and multiple colorful yarns. Once prepared, she began working with swift and precise movements. Not only was Shen Shi amazed, but Yuan was also surprised by her unexpected talent. I didn't know she had such a hobby. Yuan smiled inwardly. He thought she was a princess who only knew how to fight, so something so delicate was truly unexpected. Several hours later, Shi Mei handed the finished piece to Shen Shi, whose eyes flickered excitedly. Here you go. The embroidery had Shen Shi's name, as well as Shen Shi's beautiful face on it. Wow, this looks just like a painting. How did you achieve such fine details in this small piece of cloth? I watched from the beginning to end, and still cannot figure it out. The secret lies in the materials, the yarn specifically. See how thin they are. It will take much longer to complete the work, but it's definitely worth it. Shi Mei showed her the yarns. Want to learn? I can teach you. Shi Mei then asked Shen Shi. Shen Shi nodded enthusiastically, and Shi Mei began teaching Shen Shi the art of embroidery. Some time later, the guard outside the Shen family noticed a lone figure wearing a veil approaching their residence. Halt and identity yourself, the guard shouted at her. Tan Song Yun from the Fairy Paradise. I would like to speak with the Dragon King. What does the Fairy Paradise want from the Dragon King? This is a private matter, she said. Regardless, you'll have to come back later since the Dragon King left yesterday. When will he come back? Tan Song Yun asked. He should be back sometime today. Tomorrow at the latest. However, you should return next week since we have important guests at the Shen family, and we don't know when they'll be leaving. Important guests. Tan Songyun raised her eyebrows. Fine. I'll be back next week. Notify the Dragon King of my presence the moment he returns. Tan Songyun didn't argue with the guard and turned around. However, just as she began leaving, her footsteps halted. What's that noise? The guard raised an eyebrow after hearing a beautiful sound coming from inside the Shen family. Hearing this noise, Tan Songyun turned around and approached the guard once again. Change of plans. I need to speak with the individual playing the zither right now, she said. Not only was the sound played from a zither, but Tan Songyun could sense the soul-ensnaring zither's aura from those music notes. The soul-ensnaring zither? That means that bastard is currently at the Shen family? I have finally found you, Tian Kai? Tan Songyun clenched her fists in anger. I'm sorry, but that's not possible. The Shen family is not accepting any visitors right now, even if that individual is the fairy empress herself. I don't care. I will speak with the man playing that zither today, whether you let me or not. Tan Songyun ignored the guard and approached the gate's ear. Idovalfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you take another step forward, I will have to stop you forcefully. The guard raised his sword at her. You can try. Tan Songyun retrieved her sword and swung it at the gate, destroying it in the blink of an eye. The guard rushed to stop her, but he was sent flying the next moment. Intruder? We have an intruder? The guard shouted, his voice resounding throughout the Shen family's premises. Noticing the commotion outside, the Shen family's guards and elders quickly moved to assess the situation. Typically, only the guards would intervene, but with the Ji family and the Dragon Emperor visiting, the elders felt compelled to take action as well. Who dares to invade the Shen family? Are you looking for an early death? Elders, that woman claims to be from the fairy paradise, the guard said. What, the fairy paradise? Are you trying to start a war with the royal dragon family? The guards and elders surrounded Tan Songyun. I have no business with the Shen family. I only have business with whoever is playing the zither right now, Tan Songyun said, releasing her cultivation base. An immortal. The elders were shocked once they realized she was emitting Immortal Chi Chapter 1752 Vengeful Fairies. Shortly before Tan Songyun arrived at the Shen family, as Shen Shi became more comfortable with the art of embroidery, she turned to Yuan and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask about your hobbies? I enjoy playing music, he said. The zither especially. Wow. Does that mean you also know the art of sound cultivation? Somewhat. I can play a song if you'd like, said Yuan. Please do. Shen Shi nodded with excitement. Yuan pulled out the soul-ensnaring zither without thinking too much about it, and began playing a moment later. What a beautiful sound! However, shortly after Yuan began playing the zither, a sudden commotion erupted as someone outside unleashed their immortal chi, startling everyone in the Shen family. Sensing the immortal chi, Yuan swiftly used his divine sense to observe the situation outside. A woman? Yuan wondered what she was doing with the Shen family. Due to the veil blocking her facial features, Yuan had no idea she was Tan Songyun, the zither goddess. Naturally, since he was a professional, Yuan didn't stop playing the zither, despite the commotion. Don't worry, Lady Shu, Your Majesty, our Shen family will take care of it as soon as possible. Shen Shi spoke, but she didn't look confident at all. After all, their opponent was an immortal, and there was not a single immortal in the fifth heaven, much less the Shen family. If you need any help, we're more than willing to help, said Yuan. If the Dragon King, my father, finds out that we failed to protect you, our heads will roll. Shen Shi politely refused their help. In that case, we won't intervene, Yuan said as he returned to focusing on his zither. However, he was still paying attention to the situation outside in case this immortal threatened their plan. Senior Immortal, please retrieve your cultivation immediately. We have 2 guests from the Supreme Heaven in our family right now. They're not someone even an immortal such as yourself could afford to offend. What, Supreme Heaven? Hearing this, Tan Songyun became even more convinced that Tian Kai was inside the Shen family. "What are their names?" she asked a moment later. "One is a young lady from the Shi family. The other is a dragon emperor." "They're not human?" Tan Songyun frowned. "Of course not. Are you sure their identities are real?" Tan Songyun inquired. "How rude! Of course they are real. Why would they fake their identities?" "Then let me confirm it," said Tan Songyun. "Who the hell are you to make such a demand anyway?" Tan Songyun raised her arm and flipped her palm toward the sky, revealing a floating symbol. "You're a member of the Vengeful Fairies?" The elders of the Shen family recognized her faction. Though not as powerful or prestigious as the celestial overlords, the Vengeful Fairies are a very influential faction with countless connections throughout the 9 heavens. This faction only accepts female members, and to join, a woman must have been wronged by a man in the past. This rule not only gives the faction a unique identity, but also creates a strong bond among its members. Furthermore, members of the Vengeful Fairies often track down the man who wronged them to exact their revenge as a ritual of sorts. This tradition is so widely known that even if a member attacked the Celestial Emperor himself, the people would only question what the Celestial Emperor had done to wrong that member, not the attack itself. I believe the man who wronged me is currently within the Shen family. "If you prevent me from confronting him, I will return with my fellow sisters," Tan Songyun declared. "However, if I am mistaken, I will offer a proper apology and compensate you all for the trouble I've caused here." The elders of the Shen family were caught in a dilemma. Members of the Vengeful Fairies were notoriously stubborn and often unreasonable when pursuing those who had wronged them. If the Shen family prevented Tan Songyun from seeking her revenge, they would risk retaliation from the Vengeful Fairies and their powerful allies. Yet if they allowed Tan Songyun to trouble a member of the Shi family and the Dragon Emperor, their entire family would be in grave danger. No matter what path the Shen family chooses, they'd end up in danger. Damn it! Why did the Dragon King have to be absent at times like this? The elders cried inwardly. "I promise that I just want to confirm the identity of the individual playing the zither. If he's not the one I'm looking for, I will quietly withdraw and never bother the Shen family again." Tan Songyun added a moment later. Meanwhile, inside the building, Yuan raised an eyebrow after realizing that the immortal was there for him. "She's here for me? Could she be?" The image of a certain beauty suddenly appeared inside Yuan's head. The zither goddess? But why would she be here? And who is she looking for, Tian Kai? As Yuan pieced the puzzle together, the Shen family elders were deep in their own deliberations, struggling to make a decision. "I think we should just let her meet our guests," she said, "that she only wanted to confirm their identities, and the Vengeful Fairies are a righteous faction. They wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. Since she's from the Vengeful Fairies, she's probably here for the Dragon Emperor. If the Dragon Emperor turns out to be the one she's looking for, what then? I have a feeling this is just one big misunderstanding, right? There's no way the Dragon Emperor would wrong a human woman, however. Before the Shen family could reach a decision, they sensed a familiar presence approaching. When they turned, they saw Shen Shi walking toward them with their 2 esteemed guests. CR, the novel I rare. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tan Songyun instantly focused her attention on Yuan, who was holding the zither in his grasp, almost as if he wanted her to see it. "Your Majesty, Lady Shi, we apologize for the commotion." The members of the Shen family quickly lowered their heads to bow. Yuan responded, "It's fine. I don't blame any of you for it." While Shi Meili and Shen Shi halted before reaching the destroyed gates, Yuan continued forward. Noticing his approach, the guards surrounding Tan Songyun quickly stepped aside to clear a path for him. A few moments later, Yuan stopped just a few steps short of reaching Tan Songyun. Search thenovelfire.net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1753, Tossed Aside Like Trash. "Do you mind giving us some space?" Yuan asked the guards surrounding them. But what if she attacks you?" "I'll be fine. "She won't be able to hurt me," said Yuan, his voice filled with confidence. The guards exchanged looks with each other before backing away. "You're looking for me, right? How can I help you?" Yuan started the conversation. "I would like to verify your identity. Can you remove your mask for me?" Tan Songyun said after a moment of silence. "Sorry, but I cannot reveal my face to a stranger. Can you introduce yourself first?" Yuan said. Tan Songyun clenched her fists, but she played along and introduced herself. "My name is Tan Songyun, member of the Vengeful Fairies, once known as the Zither Goddess." So it really is her, Yuan thought to himself. He never thought he'd meet the Zither Goddess in the fifth heaven, and in such a weird fashion, no less. "I see, but Lady Tan, what is my identity to you? Why do you need to confirm my identity?" Tan Songyun suddenly removed the veil covering her beautiful features, revealing her ethereal face. "I am looking for a man, someone who tossed me aside like trash after using me like a toy," she declared in a cold voice. Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing this. She was obviously looking for Tian Kai. But why would she say such awful things about Tian Kai, who clearly loved her? I see, so you're looking for someone who wronged you, but what does that have to do with me?" "Was the one who wronged you a dragon emperor? I can confidently say that I have never wronged anyone like you in my life. No, the one who wronged me was a human then. However, he also has many fake identities, and I wouldn't be surprised if a dragon emperor is one of those identities." Tan Songyun lifted her arm to point at the zither in Yuan's grasp and continued, "There are only two individuals in this world who can play that soul-ensnaring zither, me and that man. This zither," Yuan caressed his fingers across the zither, playing beautiful notes. "It's just an instrument. How can there only be two people in the world who can play it? It requires a special technique, otherwise it won't make any sounds," she explained. "Ah, it was like that when I first found it, but after tinkering with it for a while I managed to develop a technique for it." Yuan chuckled. Tan Songyun's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, her patience running thin. "I left that soul-ensnaring zither in the lower heavens. Why did a dragon emperor from the upper heavens like yourself visit such a place?" "Really? I found it in the upper heavens, though? By the way, I never got your name," Tan Songyun suddenly said. "My surname is Xiao." Yuan was a little worried that giving a random surname might give his identity away, but when he saw no reaction from the Shen family, he sighed in relief inwardly. Although there are only a few dragon emperors in the 9 heavens, they rarely make public appearances, and little is known about them. Even families in the upper heavens are often unaware of their true identities, much less a family in the 5th heaven. "Are you sure your surname isn't Tian?" Tan Songyun frowned. "Tian?" The members of the Shen family raised their eyebrows after hearing this familiar surname. They recalled a certain incident that happened over 3 years ago when a dragon emperor visited their place. However, the dragon emperor disappeared like a ghost, and the Shen family's memories of him were stolen by a fugitive. "I'm positive my surname isn't Tian. That's a weird assumption to make, Lady Tan. Is that so? For some reason I'm having a hard time believing you. Whether you believe me or not is not my issue." Yuan lifted his mask just enough for Tan Songyun to glimpse his face. Since the Shen family was behind him, they couldn't see his face unless they used divine sense, and naturally none of them dared risk offending a dragon emperor merely to satisfy their curiosity. "Are you satisfied now, Lady Tan?" Yuan asked after wearing the mask again. "No, not really." Tan Songyun retrieved a pill from her spatial ring and showed it to him. "This pill will remove all disguises. If you consume this pill and show me your face again, I'll be satisfied." Yuan looked at the pill with a stiff smile behind the mask. "Lady Tan, I have already given you plenty of face and entertained you enough. I would appreciate it if you could stop coming after me as if I were the bad guy here. However, since you are with the Vengeful Fairies, I'll give you some face and pretend nothing happened here. I'm sorry that you had been mistreated by this man you're looking for, but it has nothing to do with me." Yuan turned around and began walking away. However, Tan Songyun stopped him again. "Wait, what is it now?" Yuan asked without turning around. If you're really not the person I'm looking for, I apologize for everything. However, I will need that soul-ensnaring zither back. It was mine to begin with. Of course, if you can prove that it belongs to you. Yuan turned to face her and said, You said only 2 people in this world, excluding me, can play this zither? Well, play a song for me. I'll also consider it as your apology. I quit playing the zither long ago, she said. That sounds like an excuse. I was expecting more since you were once called the zither goddess. Anyway, unless you play a song, I cannot give you this zither. Tan Song-yun gritted her teeth. After a moment of silence, she approached Yuan and grabbed the soul-ensnaring zither out of his grasp. Yuan didn't resist and allowed her to take it. With the object in her grasp, Tan Song-yun placed it on her lap, hovering in the air in a seated position. Share the Ehovalfire website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Soon her slender fingers began dancing on the zither, and beautiful musical notes filled the air, quickly mesmerizing the audience. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1754, The Dragon King's Return, as Tan Song-yun's fingers touched the zither. The melodies that flowed captivated everyone who heard them, drawing them into a trance. When Yuan recognized the song Tan Song-yun had specifically chosen, a slight smile appeared on his face. However, the song was traditionally accompanied by a voice, and since Tan Song-yun played only the zither, it felt incomplete. A minute later, Tan Song-yun stopped playing the zither to look at Yuan. Is that enough proof? She asked. Yuan nodded. Yes, that's enough proof. Since the zither belonged to you, it's only right to return it to its rightful owner. Without saying another word, Tan Song-yun stored the zither inside her spatial ring. Can I ask you a question, Lady Tan? Yuan suddenly spoke. What? This man who wronged you, what are you going to do once you find him? I'm going to kill him, then. I'm going to kill myself, she calmly responded. Yuan's eyes widened after hearing this disturbing response, and he quickly said, Don't you think that's a bit too much? I don't know what he did to you, but to take your own life over it. Tan Song-yun gritted her teeth and said, What do you know about my life? I pursued the zither for most of my life because of that man, only to find out that it'd been a waste. Although I don't know the details, I am willing to listen to your story, said Yuan. Tan Song-yun narrowed her eyes at him and sneered in disdain. Since when were dragon emperors so kind and compassionate? As far as I am aware, they're all arrogant bastards who only care about themselves and their authority. You speak as if you know them personally. I have never met any of them, but my fellow sisters in the faction have. If you knew how many women have been wronged by these so-called dragon emperors, your view of them would instantly shatter. Oh, right. You're also one, aren't you? I may be a dragon emperor, but that doesn't automatically mean I'm affiliated or friends with the other dragon emperors. As a matter of fact, I only stay within my territory and don't interact with them. Sorry, but I'm not buying it. Tan Song-yun sneered. Yuan shrugged. You are free to believe what you want. In any case, are you satisfied with your investigation? Am I free to leave now? Yes, go ahead. I won't stop you. Yuan nodded, turned around, and walked back inside the Shen family. However, Tan Song-yun remained standing outside for some reason. Lady Tan, what are you still doing here? One of the elders approached her and asked. What? I can't be here? She glared at him. No, but... Don't mind me. I won't cause any more trouble for the Shen family. If you say so. Tan Song-yun retrieved several spirit stones and handed them to the elder. This is for the gate I damaged. The elder accepted the spirit stones and went back inside the building while the guards remained outside to fix the damaged gate. However, Tan Song-yun remained standing outside the Shen family's household even long after Yuan and the others left. I can't believe she mistook you for someone else, even taking away your zither, she merely commented out loud as they returned to their room. Ser Thon Novel Fire. Newt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yuan merely shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to act like a stranger to Tan Song-yun, but he had no choice. Not only would revealing his identity endanger them, but it could also endanger Tan Song-yun. Since she's staying outside and refusing to leave, I can safely assume that she's not done with me yet. Instead of being annoyed by Tan Song-yun's persistence, Yuan was relieved, as this gave him another opportunity to speak with her later. I'll have a proper talk with her later when I acquire the ancient seal and leave the Shen family. Lady Shu, Your Majesty, we want to apologize for what? Save it. Yuan stopped Shen Shi and the elders from apologizing to him. This wasn't your fault. Even if you wanted to chase her away, you didn't have the capability since you don't have any immortals in your family, he elaborated. Still, we won't be able to relax properly if we don't apologize, said Shen Shi. If you insist on apologizing, I won't stop you, but let me warn you that it might offend me more than what transpired today. Shen Shi and the elders trembled after hearing such words, and they quickly gave up on trying to apologize. A few hours later, the Dragon King returned to the Shen family, and the first thing he noticed upon his return was the veiled individual standing outside their destroyed gates. He landed before the guards and inquired about the situation. What the hell happened to my gates? They were destroyed by a guest. What? Who dares to damage our precious gates? Not even the Fairy Empress would do something so bold, the Dragon King exclaimed. The guards there didn't say anything, but their eyes were all pointing at Tan Song-yun. What about the Dragon Emperor and Lady Shi? He then asked. The guards proceeded to explain the whole ordeal to him. The Dragon King became livid after learning of the situation, and he approached Tan Song-yun with heavy steps. Did you destroy my gates? He questioned her. Yes, and I have already paid the compensation. Clearly not, because you're still breathing. The Dragon King growled, his eyes flickering with killing intent. Normally he wouldn't get so agitated over such an issue, but with the Dragon Emperor and the Shi family present, things were different. Seeing this, Tan Song-yun released her immortal chi again. An immortal? The Dragon King was startled by her immense aura and took steps back. Those idiots forgot to mention that she was an immortal, he cried inwardly. Although I said I won't trouble the Shen family again, it's a different story if you provoke me, she said a moment later. Chapter 1755, A Fraud. I have already spoken and settled things with the Dragon Emperor, so why are you trying to start something you cannot end properly, Dragon King? Tan Song-yun removed her veil again, revealing her face to him. You are! The Dragon King swiftly recognized her beautiful face. You're the Zither goddess, the one who was always beside the Fairy Empress. You left the fairy paradise and ascended to the sixth heaven just a few hundred years ago, and you've already managed to become an immortal? Not only was Dragon King familiar with her, he'd seen her on multiple occasions with the Fairy Empress. Although they were not friends, they were somewhat acquaintances. What in heaven's name are you doing at my Shen family? Harassing the Dragon Emperor and the Shi family? Do you have any idea what kind of trouble you're stirring up? Not even the Fairy Empress could save you if you offend a Dragon Emperor, much less the Shi family. The Dragon King exclaimed, becoming even more aggravated after learning of her identity. It's none of your business, and even if the Dragon Emperor comes for my life, I won't ask for any help, said Tan Song-yun. The Dragon King sucked his teeth and sneered. I see that you are still the same resentful individual as before, even after hundreds of years and becoming an immortal. Anyway, even if you don't ask for help, your actions can still affect those around you. Don't drag my Shen family into your mess, because if anything happens to us, I'll haunt you after my death. Tan Song-yun sneered and said, Thanks for the warning. As a thank you, let me give you some good information. That Dragon Emperor with your Shen family is a fake? What the fuck are you saying? How can the Dragon Emperor be fake? His presence alone caused my bloodline to tremble, and I am a Dragon King. Besides, a Dragon Emperor, what could possibly cause such a reaction? The Dragon King refused to believe Tan Song-yun. Tan Song-yun then asked, first and foremost, why would a Dragon Emperor come down to the fifth heaven? He's on an important mission, and don't even bother asking me about it. I can't tell you. And what do you even know about dragon emperors? Although you are considered royalty in the fifth heaven, you're not even worth being servants of the royal families in the upper heavens. Dragon emperors are beings who spend most of their time seated on their thrones, delegating their every command to their servants. They almost never involve themselves personally unless their status is at stake. Aside from the dragon ancestor, not even the royal dragon families can compel them to act. You make it sound like you know them personally? The Dragon King sneered, still refusing to believe Tan Song-yun. You're right, I don't know any dragon emperors, but I know many who do. I joined a faction called the Vengeful Fairies in the upper heavens. Perhaps you have heard of them, Vengeful Fairies? The Dragon King exclaimed. Naturally, he'd heard of them. Tan Song-yun showed the Dragon King her faction symbol to back up her claim and continued. Many of my sisters were wronged by these dragon emperors. However, they are unable to get their revenge because touching a dragon emperor is akin to touching a dragon's reverse scale, and would spark a war between the vengeful fairies and the dragon families throughout the 9 heavens, something nobody wants to see happen. A dragon emperor's status is equivalent to heaven to the dragon race. To harm or kill a dragon emperor would be tantamount to declaring war against their entire race. The vengeful fairies may be powerful, but they certainly are not powerful enough to fight the entire dragon race, hence why they are unable to touch these dragon emperors. It wasn't just the vengeful fairies. Even someone as powerful as the celestial emperor couldn't lay a hand on a dragon emperor without a justified reason. Such an action could ignite a war between 2 major races. Also, you may not know this, but there are no dragon emperors with the surname Shao in the 9 heavens. Yet, that dragon emperor said his name was Shao. How do you explain this? Tan Song-yun said. T. That's impossible. No one would dare to steal a dragon emperor's identity that would provoke the wrath of the entire dragon race. And what about Lady Shi? She's from the Shi family, the Dragon King said, his tone laced with growing doubt. I don't know much about the Shi family, but there's no doubt she's a fake too, unless she showed you undeniable proof of her identity, Tan Song-yun said firmly. And now that I think about it, we don't have any proof of their identity, and we're just blindly trusting them. The Dragon King began sweating inwardly. Although Shi Mei was ready to provide proof of their identity, the Dragon King lacked the courage to request it. Fearing it might be perceived as a sign of disrespect, naturally Shi Mei and Yuan had anticipated this reaction and counted on it. I'll let you in on another secret, Dragon King. That man who claims to be a dragon emperor is actually a fraud, a thief, and a liar. He tricked my inexperienced self, used my body, and promised we'd be together. However, he turned out to be a known playboy who targets maidens for their yin essence to cultivate his evil cultivation technique. I also learned that he was an assassin who has stolen countless lives. Yuan, who was hearing all of this from inside his room, was shocked, speechless. Although Tan Song-yun couldn't detect Yuan's divine sense, she was confident that he was watching her. Despite that, she still revealed all of this information to the Dragon King's Heir of the Novelfire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A fraud? Evil cultivation techniques? Yuan muttered to himself in a low voice. As unbelievable as these claims sounded, Yuan couldn't completely dismiss them as he lacked Tian Kai's memories to confirm or deny their validity. There's no way, right? He had lived many lives before his current one, and the possibility that one of them might have been evil couldn't be entirely ruled out. Of course, Yuan didn't want to believe this, but he had no choice but to take Tan Song-yun's words as it is until he regained Tian Kai's memories. Search the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1756, Doubting Their Identities. Zither, goddess. I'm going to ask you a question, and you'll need to answer me as if your life depends on it. The Dragon King spoke with a grim expression shortly after Tan Song-yun exposed the Dragon Emperor. Tan Song-yun didn't wait for the question and responded, That Dragon Emperor is a fake, and I am willing to stake my life on this claim. The Dragon King stared at her in silence for a long moment before nodding his head. "All right, I believe you. Honestly, I have been a little suspicious of their identity since the very beginning, but it wasn't enough to make me call them out. After all, there's a slight chance that they were the real deal. However, after hearing your words, it has become clear to me that they are likely imposters." Tan Songyun nodded. "Thank you for believing me. That begs the question, what is their objective?" she asked the next moment. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment before responding. "They're here for my ancient seal. What is that?" Tan Songyun raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. The existence of ancient seals was a highly sensitive and closely guarded secret, with the Celestial Emperor actively suppressing their spread to minimize the risk of anyone attempting to obtain them. Aware of how sensitive the information was, the Dragon King said, "I cannot tell you. All I can say is that it is an extremely dangerous object that must not fall into the wrong hands, or it could bring disaster to the 9 heavens. Being disaster to the 9 heavens? Why would he want something dangerous like that?" Tan Songyun pondered inwardly. "Anyway, what are you going to do now that you know they're imposters?" The Dragon King fell silent again. Sometime later he said, "I cannot outright call them frauds. It's not that I don't trust you, but there is still a tiny chance they could be the real deal." Tan Songyun couldn't fault the Dragon King for being cautious. After all, a single mistake or offense toward a Dragon Emperor could lead to the execution of his entire Shen family. Moreover, although Tan Songyun was 99% confident that the Dragon Emperor was Tian Kai in disguise, she was not absolutely certain herself. The possibility that the Dragon Emperor was a real Dragon Emperor had crossed her mind, but she simply couldn't believe it. "I am going to go after the Dragon Emperor's identity, since it'd be difficult to expose the one who claims to be from the Ji family, as I know nothing about the Ji family myself," said the Dragon King. Sometime later, the Dragon King summoned everyone from the Shen family, excluding Yuan and Shi Meili, before revealing the truth to them. Ser the Novellier. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. What? They're imposters? That's ridiculous. "Father, why would you believe that woman who almost ruined us?" Shen Shi exclaimed. The Dragon King sighed. "I have known the Zither Goddess for much longer than everyone here. She may be difficult at times, but she is someone trustworthy. She also has no reason to screw us over." "I don't believe they are imposters," Shen Shi declared. "Father, don't do this. If you're wrong and offend the Dragon Emperor, our entire Shen family will be executed." The rest of the Shen family agreed with Shen Shi. Nobody there wanted to confront the Dragon Emperor, even if there was a chance he could be an impostor. The risks were simply too high. Seeing their response, Tan Songyun said, "So you're going to continue treating him like a real Dragon Emperor despite knowing he's an impostor? If the real Dragon Emperors from the upper heavens were to learn of this, you'd still be facing execution." "Are you threatening us, you bitch?" Shen Shi roared as she pointed at Tan Songyun. "That's quite harsh. I am merely stating the facts and possibilities. I have no intention of snitching, especially not to those Dragon Emperors." Tan Songyun sneered. Meanwhile, inside their room, Yuan said to Shi Meili, "They're doubting our identity because of the Zither Goddess. There's a good chance they'll confront us." "What? What should we do?" Shi Meili panicked after hearing this. "From what I'm hearing, they won't come after you but me. I don't know how they'll ask me to prove my identity, but I'll go along with it. This will be a good learning experience for the future if we need to prove our identities again," he said. "What if you fail to prove your identity?" Shi Meili then asked, "Well, then we run." Yuan shrugged, leaving her speechless. Sometime later, as the Shen family continued to argue back and forth about whether they should confront Yuan, their meeting was abruptly interrupted by Yuan himself. "So you doubt my identity?" Yuan had appeared in the meeting room without alerting anyone, as they were too absorbed in their conversation. "D Dragon Emperor?" His sudden appearance shocked everyone but Tan Songyun. Shen Shi quickly approached him and said, "T, that's not true. I believe you, Your Majesty." Yuan ignored her. looked straight at the Dragon King and said, "We offered to prove our identities when we first arrived, but you declined our offer. Now you doubt our identities? How do you explain this, Dragon King?" The Dragon King was speechless. He couldn't come up with an excuse no matter how hard he tried. Tan Song-yun then spoke. "If you're the real deal, then you wouldn't mind proving your identity to us, right? Of course we won't be relying on any of your methods since we can't trust you. What do you have in mind?" Yuan played along. Tan Song-yun turned to look at the Dragon King, who quickly responded, I am a Dragon King. Regardless of my achievements and background in the fifth heaven, my bloodline is powerful enough to make me a Dragon King. Therefore, we will test your bloodline against mine. Do you have an issue with this, Dragon Emperor?" Yuan shook his head and calmly responded, "Fine, by me." Chapter 1757, Dragon Blood Carp. With Yuan's approval, the Dragon King said, "In that case, follow me." The Dragon King led Yuan to an area within the Shen family's territory. At first glance, it appeared to be a serene garden, but scattered among the greenery were several unusual objects that seemed out of place in such a setting. One of these objects was a stone statue carved into the shape of a dragon's head, resting majestically atop a stone pedestal. This dragon's head had its mouth open and tongue slightly sticking out. This statue can determine whether someone is a dragon or not by assessing their blood. Before we begin the real assessment, we need to make sure you are a real dragon," said the Dragon King. If Tan Song-yun was correct, there was a strong possibility that Yuan wasn't even a dragon. In that case, this simple test could expose Yuan's identity. If he turns out to be a dragon, it won't prove he's a Dragon Emperor. However, if he isn't a dragon, we won't even need to assess his bloodline anymore. The Dragon King dripped his blood onto the statue's tongue, feeding it. The moment his blood made contact, the statue's tongue absorbed it instantly. He then turned to look at Tan Song-yun and spoke, "Can you feed it some of your blood?" Tan Song-yun nodded and approached the statue, feeding it her blood. However, when her blood touched the statue, instead of being absorbed, it evaporated. "Dragon Emperor, it's your turn." The Dragon King looked at Yuan, who calmly fed his blood to the statue. Before feeding his blood, Yuan activated his dragon transformation just in case. Everyone watched in anticipation as Yuan's blood touched the statue. In the end, his blood is absorbed by the statue, confirming that he is a dragon. Shen Shi sighed in relief after seeing this. "Father, it's not too late to stop this farce and apologize to the Dragon Emperor," she said to him. "He's only managed to prove that he's a dragon, that's all," said the Dragon King, ignoring Shen Shi's advice. See theovilfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Meanwhile, Tan Song-yun was greatly surprised by the result. In fact, she was the most shocked out of everyone there. He's a dragon? That's not possible. Unless Tian Kai was a dragon this entire time. This doesn't make any sense. Tan Song-yun clenched her fists anxiously. She had always believed Tian Kai to be human, and the possibility that she might have been wrong all along left her feeling deeply perplexed. After all, if she was wrong about such a crucial detail, it raised the unsettling possibility that she might be wrong about other things as well. What if he's actually not Tian Kai, but a real Dragon Emperor? Tan Song-yun swallowed nervously at this thought. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to do anything about it, as she'd already accused him of being an impostor. "Follow me." The Dragon King brought Yuan to the real assessment shortly later. Although the Dragon King seemed fine outside, he was also panicking a little inwardly. Damn it. What if he really is a Dragon Emperor? The Dragon King felt himself on the verge of a breakdown at the mere thought of this possibility. A few minutes later, they arrived at a large pond. Yuan used his divine sense to inspect it and discovered a single living entity within, a large red-colored fish with a fierce, almost menacing appearance. "This is a unique creature our Shen family has nurtured for thousands of years," the Dragon King explained. "We call it the dragon blood carp because it only consumes the blood of dragons as its food. We started by feeding it low-quality blood, but once it gets a taste of higher-quality blood, it refuses to go back to the inferior kind, even if it means starving to death," the Dragon King added. "One day I accidentally let the dragon blood carp taste my blood. Ever since then, I've had to feed it my blood to keep it alive. No matter what kind of blood we offer it now, it will only accept mine," the Dragon King continued with a resigned tone. "Here, let me show you." The Dragon King glanced at Shen-Shi and gestured toward her. She nodded in acknowledgement and allowed a drop of her blood to fall into the pond. The moment the dragon blood carp sensed the presence of blood in its territory, it darted toward it with eager anticipation. However, as soon as it realized the blood wasn't the Dragon King's, its interest vanished, and it swam away indifferently. The Dragon King repeated Shen-Shi's actions a moment later. This time, the dragon blood carp eagerly consumed his blood until nothing was left. "This is a unique test that's impossible to rig," said the Dragon King a moment later. Yuan looked at the dragon blood carp and said, "Are you sure you want to use this method to prove my identity? Once the dragon blood carp tastes my blood, and I leave this place, it will inevitably starve to death, you know." The Dragon King nodded and said, "Yes, and I am prepared for it." The dragon blood carp was a treasured creature of the Shen family, but if sacrificing it could confirm the Dragon Emperor's identity, the Dragon King was willing to make that trade. In his eyes, it would also serve as a fitting punishment for the Shen family's audacity in doubting the Dragon Emperor. Before Yuan fed his blood to the dragon blood carp, the Dragon King had several other members of the Shen family offer their blood to the creature. Each time, the fish swam toward the blood out of instinct, but quickly rejected it, proving that it would only consume the Dragon King's blood. "It's your turn now, Dragon Emperor," the Dragon King said with a solemn expression. Yuan nodded, extending his arm over the pond before letting a single drop of his blood fall into the water. The moment the dragon blood carp sensed the blood, it darted toward it with remarkable speed. The Shen family members watched intently, holding their breath, their faces etched with anxiety and worry, as if the very survival of their family hinged on the outcome. Chapter 1758, Dragon Blood Carp 2. The instant the dragon blood carp sensed Yuan's blood entering the pond, it rushed over with the desperation of a starving creature. However, instead of consuming the blood immediately, it paused and stared at it intently, almost as if it couldn't believe it was being offered such precious blood. Naturally, the Dragon King wasn't aware of this, and in his eyes the dragon blood carp had refused Yuan's blood. See the Novelfire Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I knew it. Dragon Emperor, my ass. I knew you were a phony this entire time. The Dragon King pointed at Yuan and started cursing out loud. Shen-Shi and the others only stared in shock. "Fuck, I can't believe I almost fell for your scam." Tan Song-Yun merely shook her head in relief. "I knew it. Apprehend this fraud," the Dragon King demanded. Nearly everyone there surrounded Yuan, who remained calm despite the outcome. He glanced at the pond and calmly said, "You might want to take another look at the dragon blood carp." "What?" the Dragon King muttered in confusion. Despite their skepticism, everyone instinctively followed his suggestion and turned their gaze toward the pond. The drop of blood Yuan had dropped into the pond was gone, leaving only the dragon blood carp. However, the creature was behaving strangely, its body twitching and jerking erratically for reasons unknown. "What's happening to my dragon blood carp?" Just as the Dragon King voiced his question aloud, the dragon blood carp suddenly leaped out of the water, releasing a deafening roar, a sound unmistakably that of a dragon's cry. Instead of falling back into the water, the dragon blood carp remained hovering in the air. Moments later, its body began to transform, expanding in size and length. Within moments, the dragon blood carp transformed beyond recognition. It no longer resembled a fish, but had become a serpent-like entity, its body covered in shimmering crimson scales. What in heaven's name? The Dragon King fell on his butt, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A common legend tells of a carp that, by swimming upstream and leaping over the dragon gate, transforms into a dragon. While this tale has endured for billions of years, very few have ever witnessed a fish truly transform into a dragon. A common legend tells of a carp that, by swimming upstream and leaping over the dragon gate, transforms into a dragon. While this tale has endured for billions of years, very few have ever witnessed a fish truly transform into a dragon. After its transformation, the dragon blood carp fixed its gaze on Yuan and lowered its head in reverence. "Thank you for blessing this unworthy being with your precious blood. Because of your blood, I was finally able to evolve." The dragon blood carp communicated through voice transmission, its mouth remaining still. "It wasn't my intention, but I'm happy for you," said Yuan. The dragon blood carp turned its gaze to the Dragon King and continued, "Though it was largely your blood that allowed me to reach this point, and I am grateful for your care in nurturing me, I am truly disappointed in you who fails to recognize true greatness even when he stands before you." "What? How are you even?" The Dragon King remained seated on the ground with a dumbfounded face. "Are you surprised by my ability to speak? Believe it or not, I have lived for much longer than any of you can imagine, and before being brought to the Shen family, I have been to all kinds of places in the 9 heavens," said the dragon blood carp. "My consciousness and intelligence have solidified through tens of thousands of years, but without completing my evolution, I remained as a mere fish." The dragon blood carp, who was no different than a unique-looking fish before his transformation, had suddenly become a divine beast with a cultivation that almost rivaled Tan Song-yun, who was an immortal. "With all that said, it's about time for me to leave," the dragon blood carp continued. "Benefactor, I will remember you. If we ever meet again, I will definitely repay you for your assistance today." Although Yuan was a little puzzled by the situation, he nodded. Before you go, can you answer a simple question?" "Of course, my blood. How does it compare to the Dragon King?" "Do I qualify to be a dragon emperor?" The Dragon King trembled after being reminded of their situation. "Although I have never tasted the blood of a dragon emperor, I can assure everyone here that the benefactor's blood is incomparably superior to the Dragon King's blood," the dragon blood carp replied confidently. Even if the Dragon King were to cultivate his bloodline for 1,000,000 years, it'd never compare to the benefactor's bloodline. Yuan, satisfied with the answer, nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your honesty, dragon blood carp." Then, until we meet next time, the dragon blood carp proceeded to swim toward the sky, disappearing into the clouds within seconds. Once the dragon blood carp departed, an eerie silence enveloped the area so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping miles away would have been audible. So, Yuan suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Moreover, he activated true dragon transformation and removed the suppression on his aura, causing his presence to envelope the entire place. "Am I still a fraud in your eyes, Dragon King?" After experiencing Yuan's unrestricted presence for the first time, Tan Song-yun began sweating profusely. The Dragon King dropped to his knees and kowtowed before Yuan, his voice trembling with desperation. "Please have mercy, Your Majesty. I was foolish to doubt your identity. If you must unleash your anger, do so upon me, but I beg you to spare my family." Seeing this, the rest of the Shen family also fell to their knees and began begging for mercy. Yuan ignored their pleas and instead turned his attention to Tan Song-yun, whose complexion had turned as pale as a ghost. "This all started because of you, Lady Tan. What do you suggest I do?" Tan Song-yun clenched her fists and jaw, struggling to maintain her composure. After a moment of silence, she lowered her head and said, "You're right. This is entirely my fault. I humbly ask that you punish me alone and spare the Shen family. Search the novel Fire. Net. Website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 1759, Acquiring the Second Ancient Seal. Despite your earlier disrespectful behavior, I forgave you and allowed you to walk away." Yuan said to Tan Song-yun, his tone cold and unyielding. "But you chose to persist in slandering me while I am forgiving. My patience has its limits. This time, Lady Tan, you haven't just slandered me, you've also involved the Shen family in your reckless actions." "I have no excuses," Tan Song-yun said, her voice weak and apologetic. "My hatred and desire for revenge clouded my judgment. If you wish to take my life for offending you, I will not protest. However, I humbly plead with you to spare the Shen family. At least you can admit when you're wrong. Unfortunately, you are not in a position to make any request at this moment." The Shen family trembled at these ominous words. "I will deal with you later." Yuan turned to look at the Dragon King and the rest of the Shen family. "Dragon King, I will give you a chance to talk before I give you my judgment." The Dragon King quickly responded. "I have no excuses, Your Majesty. I deserve death for doubting your identity, not to mention my unruly behavior. I know that I am in no position to request anything, but I just hope Your Majesty can forgive my family. They were against testing your identity from the very beginning, but I forced them to go along with my foolishness." The Dragon King did not lie. The rest of the Shen family were still reluctant to confront Yuan, despite knowing there was a good chance he was a fake. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. "I don't blame any of you for doubting my identity. As a matter of fact, I am a newly appointed Dragon Emperor." "A new Dragon Emperor?" the Dragon King muttered. There could only be 5 Dragon Emperors in existence, so the only way for another Dragon Emperor to be appointed was through the death or retirement of an existing Dragon Emperor. If Yuan had been recently appointed to his position, it meant that he was replacing one who passed away. The last time a Dragon Emperor passed away, we were notified even while in the 5th heaven, and I was ordered to personally travel to the upper heavens to attend their funeral. Why didn't we hear anything this time? The Dragon King wondered, his mind racing with confusion over the lack of communication. However, the Dragon King did not doubt Yuan's identity despite this. He figured it was due to other issues. Yuan continued, his tone unwavering. "I have a rule. If I am going to punish someone, I must punish everyone involved. However, there is one individual who truly does not deserve any punishment. Out of consideration for that person, I will spare the Shen family this time." The Dragon King and the others felt as if a mountain had been lifted off their shoulders after hearing Yuan's words. "Thank you for showing us mercy, Your Majesty." The Dragon King banged his head on the ground as he kowtowed. Although Yuan didn't specify who this individual was, everyone knew he was talking about Shen Shi. However, in reality, Yuan never intended to punish them. After all, they were correct, and he was a fraud. Yuan cleared his throat and said, "Dragon King, stand up." The Dragon King immediately stood up, not even bothering to wipe the blood off his forehead unless he was ordered to do so. Yuan made a beckoning gesture, almost as if he was asking for something. The Dragon King quickly understood what Yuan wanted and retrieved the ancient seal. "I will leave this in your hands," said the Dragon King, and he handed the ancient seal to Yuan. Yuan smiled inwardly after collecting the second of 4 ancient seals out there. "I will let the Yi family know of your cooperation when I return. There's no need for that, Your Majesty." The Dragon King swiftly rejected. "Are you sure?" "I am certain." "Okay. Anyway, now that my business is done here, I won't linger any longer." Yuan proceeded to let Shi Meili know of the outcome through voice transmission. The next moment, Shi Meili appeared before them. That took longer than anticipated. "Was there an issue?" Shi Meili asked, pretending to have seen nothing. Yuan shook his head and calmly said, "There's no issue at all. We can leave now, however." Before they left, Yuan turned to look at Tan Songyun and said, "Lady Tan, you and I are not done yet. Follow me." Tan Songyun silently nodded and followed. "Good luck, Zither Goddess." The Dragon King prayed for her inwardly. As much as he wanted to help her, she was on her own after traveling for several days. Yuan finally stopped somewhere in a secluded area. "Yu Ning, can you create a concealment formation around us?" Yuan asked her. Of course. Yu Ning took control of Yuan's body for a moment, creating a powerful concealment formation in the blink of an eye. "He's an array master as well?" The Zither Goddess swallowed nervously. Once the formation was set up and Yuan regained control over his body, he asked Shi Meili to leave them alone for a moment. "Lady Tan, I would like to ask you a few questions. You must answer them truthfully, no matter what. Consider this your punishment for slandering me." Tan Songyun was a little bewildered by such a punishment, but she still nodded her head in acknowledgement. "First and foremost, can you tell me about the person you're looking for?" Tan Songyun answered after a moment of silence. His name was Tian Kai, my music teacher and lover, or so I thought. How long have you known this Tian Kai? Seraph, the Novel Fire Note website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. About a year before he left me. What did you two do during that time? He taught me the zither during the day and showed me love during the night, she replied, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Despite her attempt to mask her feelings, the anguish and hatred in her tone were unmistakable. What went wrong? Yuan then asked. Hearing this question, Tan Songyun's body trembled. Everything, she sighed. Chapter 1760, Existential Crisis. Can you elaborate? Yuan asked a moment later. Tan Songyun frowned and said, I don't mean to be rude, but why are you so interested in my business, Dragon Emperor? I thought dragons couldn't care less about species that don't have dragon blood flowing through their veins. Where did you hear that? I'm actually very interested in humans, especially those who are willing to offend a dragon emperor for their revenge. Tan Songyun narrowed her eyes and said, You want to know very well? I'll tell you. After all, this might be my last time telling this story. After Tian Kai disappeared, I joined a music sect to improve my zither skills and cultivation further. Once I was prepared, I ascended the 9 heavens because Tian Kai said he was waiting for me in the upper heavens. However, as I ascended and gained access to more information, I began uncovering the truth about Tian Kai, Tan Songyun said, her voice heavy with bitterness. According to numerous sources, including the Celestial Emperor himself, Tian Kai is none other than the infamous killer known as the Phantom Assassin, a wanted fugitive responsible for countless deaths and the destruction of many families. As soon as Yuan heard the name Celestial Emperor come out of Tan Songyun's mouth, he knew that she had been misled by false rumors. However, he didn't say anything and allowed her to talk without interruption. Not only is he an assassin, but he's also an evil dual cultivator who targets maidens for their yin essence. He's tricked thousands of maidens, promising them eternal love. I was one of these foolish maidens. Tan Songyun continued to recall everything she'd heard about Tian Kai, which was enough to write an entire novel, leaving Yuan speechless. Celestial Emperor, that son of a bitch. How dare he spread so many false rumors? This much slander is enough to anger even Buddha, he cried inwardly. I've heard from another woman that Tian Kai had locked her in his basement for 10 years, and he— Okay, I have heard enough and get the gist of it, Yuan eventually interrupted her. After hearing so many things, I have only one more question for you. Lady Tan, is your faith in this Tian Kai that little? What? Tan Songyun's eyes widened, almost as if she wasn't expecting such a question. Yuan decided to remove his mask, revealing his handsome face to her. You are— Tan Songyun stammered in shock, stumbling backward before collapsing onto the ground and landing on her buttocks. Before you say anything, I am not Tian Kai, Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Tan Songyun stood up and roared, As if I'd believe you after fooling me and the Shen family, you trickery bastard. I knew it was you all along, Tian Kai. Yuan shook his head and sighed. Once again, I am not Tian Kai. The Tian Kai you know and love is dead. What? Tan Songyun almost fell down again after hearing this shocking information. Do you really take me for a fool? No, even someone without a brain can tell that's a lie. How much longer are you going to mock me, Tian Kai? I should slay you right now. Tan Songyun's eyes began tearing up. It had been tens of thousands of years since Tan Songyun last saw Tian Kai's face, and despite the deep hatred she harbored for him, the moment she saw his face again, tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall uncontrollably. Please calm down for a moment and listen to me, Lady Tan. Zither goddess, Yuan said gently. Search the Nouvelier website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Tian Kai is dead, and I am his reincarnation. While I don't yet have all of Tian Kai's memories, I do remember how we met and the year we spent together, he explained, his tone steady but laced with sincerity. Reincarnation? Tan Songyun's jaw dropped. I know this will be hard to believe, but I need you to trust me, Yuan said, his voice calm yet earnest. As for why Tian Kai had to leave, it was most likely because of the Celestial Emperor, who likely spread all those nasty and false rumors about him. Why would the Celestial Emperor slander Tian Kai? Tan Songyun asked with a doubtful frown. We are enemies. Although I don't know why the Celestial Emperor decided to use such tactics, I can say with confidence that none of the rumors are true. Tian Kai truly loved you, Zither Goddess? Why? Why were you pretending to be a dragon emperor? She asked a moment later. I needed to acquire their ancient seal. He didn't hide the truth since she already knew it. I know, but why? According to the Dragon King, it's a dangerous object that could endanger the 9 heavens. Why do you need something so dangerous? I needed to open the primordial realm to help a friend, that's all. The primordial realm? Are you insane? Tan Songyun exclaimed, her voice rising with disbelief. And you expect me to believe you're not a wanted fugitive when you're trying to open a prison that holds some of the most infamous criminals in the entire 9 heavens? Like I said, it's to help a friend. I have no intention of releasing the criminals inside either, Yuan said. Sorry, but everything you've told me so far is incredibly far-fetched and impossible to believe. Tan Songyun sneered, her tone laced with skepticism. Zither Goddess, if I intended to deceive you, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to reveal my identity after all the effort I put into convincing you that I am a Dragon Emperor, let alone bring up Tian Kai. What could I possibly gain from doing this? That's Tan Songyun couldn't refute his logic. As a matter of fact, I am currently targeted by the Celestial Emperor, so it's incredibly risky for me to reveal myself. However, I couldn't bear seeing you suffer because of some false rumors. Zither Goddess, I will ask you again, is your faith in Tian Kai in me that little? Tan Songyun trembled before falling silent, her expression reflecting the turmoil of an existential crisis.